of Igor are being heard. Yes, he did it. You're right, Dave. I mean, you talk about making big saves. How many times did we see Carolina players all alone in front?
Right. No, it was 4. He made 4 big saves, and the bottom line was...
Control for the ride ahead. During Nissan's Spring Into Savings event, lease the 2024 Kicks for $68 weekly at 5.99%. S for $294 monthly for 24 months with $1,199 down. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information. The Cars Near Cost Company have entered the exclusive club. Actually, it sounds more like this. There we go. You've heard of AutoTrader, the online car website? Well, big news. They've recognized the Cars Near Cost Company with an exclusive award for having the best priced cars in Alberta. Nowhere in the province are you going to find a better deal on your next new-to-you vehicle. They're selling cars your way on 156th Street and always at carsnearcost.ca.
Hey, it's me, your driveway.
And me, your sidewalk.
We're looking a little sunk.
And crooked.
But you don't need to go replacing us.
Call On the Level Concrete Correction.
They'll lift and level us with foam.
It doesn't wash away.
And they'll give it to you straight.
Up front with a free estimate. So what do you say?
We're gonna lift this driveway up.
On the level.
We're gonna lift this sidewalk up.
On the level.
We're gonna lift this concrete up.
On the level.
Go to otlconcrete.ca.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeb of Cupboards Express. We invest to be the best in advanced design, and I can truly say that we have the largest selection of doors, finishes, and interior options in all Alberta. We also have the quickest average lead times in Alberta, by a mile. And while we're not the cheapest, our prices are low and our build quality is high, so I dare say our value for money is second to none. How do we offer you all these bests in Alberta? By building it in Alberta. Alberta Best. Cupboards Express.
Cairn Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers. Cairn Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits in RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Cairn team. Apply today at CairnTransport.ca/careers. That's CairnTransport.ca/careers.
Going through the motions at work? It might be time to try something new. Whether it's academic upgrading, working on your language skills, or upskilling through a program, course, or micro-credential, 2024 can be the year NAIT Corporate and Continuing Education helps you get ahead. We offer courses that cover many areas of expertise, with added options for custom and group training. Winter registration is now open. Take your next step by visiting nait.ca/nextstep.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Now, back to Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
We think that everyone should be treated like a professional athlete with access to technologies like SwimX aquatic therapy, Ultra G zero gravity treadmills, and radial shockwave. You shouldn't have to be a professional athlete to be treated like one. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
A team hungry for the cup.
David, right face on top, tip.
This is Oil Country.
Here comes McDavid. Scott, this crowd explodes.
And this is Rogers Game Night. Portions of this exclusive NHL broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. Now your host for Rogers Game Night, Bob Stauffer, on the Oilers Radio Network.
Series tied 2-2. Game 5 tonight live from Rogers Arena. The Edmonton Oilers, the Vancouver Canucks. The Oilers going with the exact same lineup that played well for large stretches of a Game 4 victory in which they built up a 2-0 lead. The Canucks tied it late with the empty net, but the Oilers got a game winner with under 40 seconds left from an emerging star in Evan Bouchard. Same lineup for Edmonton. 3 changes for the Canucks coming up on Rogers Game Night. Up next, we'll hear from Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch, along with Connor McDavid, Ryan McLeod, and Calvin Pickard. There is a total of 19 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822. This is the Game File on the Oilers Radio Network.
I think they've performed very well in big games, and they're very committed and not making poor choices. I've got a lot of confidence in our team that they're going to come out and perform. No matter if what happens through the game, bad bounce, bad call, unfortunate event, whatever it is, they're going to stay the course and play well. And I've seen it over and over again. And, the highs and lows, they've been able to manage those very well. We haven't been too high, we haven't been too low. We've been very even-keeled throughout the playoffs and regular seasons. So, that tells me that we're prepared for anything.
That is Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch. This is Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for year. Bob Stauffer tonight, along with Jack Michaels, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Cam Moon, Brendan Escott, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. Studio producers this season are Kellen Kennedy at the helm tonight and Angie Quinnell. And our engineer, as always, here in Vancouver is Tyler Green. The Oilers, this is Oil Country Playoff 50-50 is live for round number 2. The jackpot is currently sitting, it's an updated one, and it is at $484,000. The playoff jackpot is over $1.75 million. Buy your tickets now to be eligible to win tonight's early bird prizes. 9:30 p.m. for 2 Loge tickets to Monster Jam and 10 p.m. for $10,000 cash. Tonight's Oilers 50-50 is in support of the Stollery Children's Hospital Foundation, Food Banks Alberta, and the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, providing life-saving support for those in need while showcasing the provincial pride, solidarity, and compassion that exists in oil country. The Oilers Injury Report is brought to you by MIC, a proud partner, official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Adam Henrique remains out. Chance he still does draw into the series. Tied 2-2. Thatcher Demko, like Adam Henrique, both skated today. Demko came on to Canucks practice late. May 2 be an option. Apparently has progressed quite significantly, according to Canucks head coach Rick Tocchet, who made several lineup changes. As for the Oilers, the line of the game presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Exact same lineup as the one that won 3-2 and a late goal from Bouchard in Game 4. McDavid up front with RNH and Hyman. Draisaitl's had a wonderful series with Holloway and Kane. McLeod, Fogle, and Perry looking to get off the schneid. Corey Perry turns 39 today. Derek Ryan with Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown. It'll be Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse, Vincent Desharnais, and Brett Kulak and Cody Ceci. Calvin Pickard starts in goal. He ended up stopping 19 of 21 shots by the Canucks in game number 4. Pickard is not worried about perception.
I mean, I just want to go out when called upon and do my job, obviously. Grateful for that opportunity in Game 4. The guys played really well in front of me, and we're looking to do the same tonight.
Arturs Shilovs gets his 5th start of the series. He's 2-2 with 3.44 goals against average, 879 save percentage in the series. It'll be Quinn Hughes, Philip Hronek, Carson Soucy back from his one-game suspension with Tyler Myers and Nikita Zadorov, who's been very good for Vancouver with 2 goals and 5 points in 4 games with Ian Cole. Canucks lines, they keep their top line together. JT Miller with Pius Suter and Brock Besser. Here's where it gets interesting. Teddy Bluger will move up, and he will play with Dakota Joshua and Connor Garland. Those guys have been playing with Elias Lindholm. Lindholm will center Elias Pettersson, and they'll bring Nils Holander out of the press box after he's up there for a game to fill out that line. This line has played together earlier this season. Nils Amon will center, Phil Di Giuseppe, and Vasily Podkolzin. Not expected to see that line play more than 10 minutes in tonight's game. 13 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHAN, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
It's a great opportunity, obviously. In their building, series tied, a great opportunity to put together a big win.
That is the Oilers captain Connor McDavid. Edmonton was in the same position last year against Vegas, tied 2 after 2, winning Game 4 at home. They outshot the Vegas Golden Knights 75-53 in the final 2 games, lost both games. Here's Ryan McLeod of the Oilers on being 2-2 in round 2 a year later.
Yeah, I think we're more confident this year. Being in that position before, a little bit more, just a little more gamesmanship, and everyone's really excited here. We know the job's nowhere near done, so a lot of energy tonight, and hopefully we can get the lead.
Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. I talked about it. Leon Draisaitl's been unreal. He's got 10 points in 4 games in this series. Evan Bouchard's got 2 game-winning goals, 3 goals, 6 points in 4 games as well. Elias Lindholm with 5 points in 4 games. Same with Nikita Zadorov, 2 former Calgary Flames, making a massive impact for the Vancouver Canucks. The Pizza 73 out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Here's what we can tell you. The Carolina Hurricanes lost the first 3 games. They were all close against the Rangers. Came back, won games 4 and 5. Were at home in Game 6. They had a 3-1 lead going into the 3rd period. And then Chris Kreider took over. He got a natural hat trick, just the 3rd in Rangers history in the last 40 years. The other 2 guys, you've heard of them before. Gretzky and Messier. And the New York Rangers have eliminated Carolina by virtue of a 5-3 win in New York or in Carolina tonight. crowd was absolutely in shock. We do not, I think we're closing soon and getting an official announcement, but that may mean that Game 6 of this series would be going at 6 p.m. Edmonton time on Saturday night as a result of this. Tomorrow night, Florida has a chance to close out Boston in Boston. Panthers up 3-2. Dallas is up 3-2 on Colorado. Game 6 in Colorado tomorrow night. Here, tied at 2 after 4. Game 5 coming up. So too is Rob Brown. There is a total of 10 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, the fans are ready to go here at Rogers Arena. Welcome back to Rogers Game Night. As we bring aboard our Inside the Game analysts back at the 630 CHED Studios in Edmonton. The Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks. First, though, Rob, how about Chris Kreider and the New York Rangers? I mean, you look at it, the Carolina Hurricanes are up 3-1 at home after winning Game 4 and Game 5, rallied from 3-0 down. But speaking of rallies, Chris Kreider and the Rangers with an unbelievable rally in Carolina and Raleigh in Game 6, and the Rangers are on to the Eastern Conference Final.
I was watching the game, and when Carolina was up 3-1, they hit 2 crossbars and a post. When they were up 3-2, they hit a crossbar, and Sebastian Aho had a breakaway. Carolina had so many chances to extend the lead when it was 3-1 and 3-2, and Shesterkin was fantastic in this game, and when he wasn't fantastic, the crossbar and post were, and then everything just seemed to go the Rangers' way. Just bounces went their way, tips went their way, and it's unfortunate for the Hurricanes, but it also shows you, too, that home ice really means nothing in the National Hockey League playoffs. I don't know what the records are, but it seems like these teams are all good enough to be able to win on the road, and tonight hopefully that'll work out for the Oilers as well.
All right, so the Oilers go with the same lineup. Your thoughts on Calvin Pickard getting a second consecutive start in this series?
Well, we talked about it after last game, and to me, I thought it was a no-brainer. I mean, he came in because your starter wasn't playing well, and it wasn't because he had a bad night. He's had an off series and an average playoffs. So you put him Pickard in, and he comes in and plays well. Gives you the saves that you weren't getting. Gets the win. This is not a time for stroking feelings or egos. This is a time for winning. And your backup goalie came in, gave you a solid effort. He deserves the crease. Now, you can decide after tonight's game, whatever happens, what happens in Game 6. But to me, and you and I talked about it, I felt this was an absolute that Calvin Pickard would be the starter in tonight's game. And I guess Chris Knobloch eventually figured that one himself, and hopefully Pickard gives him the same kind of start that he gave him 2 nights ago.
Rob, it's interesting. Rick Tocchet called out 5 or 6 of the players on his team. He has pulled Sam Lafferty out. He's a 4th-line guy. Ilya Mikheyev has been playing on a second line with Höglander and Pettersson. He's completely out. Pettersson's been moved to right wing. Lindholm's at center now. Different approaches. Your thoughts on, Chris Knobloch talked about the players like McLeod and Fogle doing good things on the PK. Tocchet has a different hammer. He's got the credibility. He scored 400 goals, had almost 3,000 PIMs. Different approaches.
Well, it's different approaches. Having said that, Chris Knobloch may not do it with words. He does it with ice time, though. And I think we've seen that so far in this series, where the one game, 5 guys, 9 minutes or less in the game. So Knobloch will just do it differently. It came out publicly. And there's nothing he said publicly that he hasn't said in the dressing room already. And now we put a little bit more pressure on his players, and good on him. Pettersson has not been anywhere near what he's capable of being. Pettersson is a great hockey player. We have not seen it. Having said that, he was playing last game with two guys who have a combined 2 goals in their last 100 games. Pettersson needs someone to play with. He's getting that opportunity tonight. I expect the Vancouver Canucks to have their best game of the series.
Me too.
I also expect the Oilers to match that. And what it's going to come down to is specialty teams and goaltending. And those are something that the Edmonton Oilers have been very good at throughout this season.
Rob, in 20 seconds or less, can you bring us the Ford keys to the game, brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud?
Well, I think you want to weather a storm. I think the Canucks are going to come out flying in the first 5 minutes of this game. So the Oilers got to weather that storm. And I think the Oilers have got to match the physicality. Vancouver's going to be physical in this game. They added Soucy back in. The Oilers need to match that, but match it without taking penalties. Vancouver Canucks power play has to be better than it has, so the Oilers have to be disciplined in this game.
That's our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. That wraps up Rogers game night. Jack Michaels is ready to go. Game 5, series tied 2-2. Oilers in Vancouver, live from Rogers Arena. But for dealers, NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Here he shoots and scores. Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores.
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes.
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal. Series tied at 2 games apiece, a best of 3 for the right to see who will meet either Colorado or Dallas in the upcoming Western Conference final. And the Oilers will start the game
with Connor McDavid, flanked by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. On defense, Matthias Ekholm, Evan Bouchard, Calvin Pickard, the netminder. Your starting lineup brought to you by Coventry Homes, the same as that dressed in Game 4 when the Oilers prevailed by a score of 3-2 alongside Bob Stauffer. I'm Jack Michaels, and we're underway in Game 5. The opening puck drop secured by Connor McDavid and sent in by Evan Bouchard. It's swept into the corner, and now digging it out and turning it over, and a quick shot sent wide by Nugent-Hopkins was Carson Soucy, who was suspended for Game 4. Soucy takes a pass from Tyler Myers and works it up the left-hand side. The Canucks in the blue with the white numerals over the line. JT Miller, a centering pass, and they're off the mark. And Pius Suter's going to get called for a goaltender interference less than a minute into this game. Here's Connor McDavid the other way. Blisters a wrist shot wide, and the rebound clatters through Bouchard. Besser will hunt it down, but Vancouver, for the second time in 3 home games in this series, has taken a penalty in the first minute. Suter, 45 seconds in on a net drive, and Edmonton's vaunted power play, 46% during the postseason, and 5 for 10 in this series, will get an early crack to give Edmonton a lead.
Well, sometimes teams have challenges with early power plays. Tough to get into a rhythm. What an opportunity for Nugent-Hopkins. Carson Soucy spit the puck up right in the slot.
Canucks penalty kill so good against Nashville, 20 for 22, just 5 of 10 as we talked about. Draisaitl won the opening draw, but it was taken away from Hyman and driven down the ice. The Oilers in the white, outlined in orange and blue, attacking from left to right in this first period as they look to take a 3-2 series lead. Same situation last year, second round on the road in a series tied at 2. McDavid walks down low, cross ice, tipped away from Draisaitl. Edmonton lost that game in Vegas 4-3 despite leading 2-1 late in the second period. Have the Oilers grown in the past year? McDavid chips it out, blast by Bouchard, tipped high in the air. Big hit. Absolutely freight train was Draisaitl, and the Canucks force it back through the middle. Teddy Bluger to center, and a crowd of 19,000 electrified by the presence of their one-time hero, Kurt McLean in net, watches McDavid centering pass, bounce in front. Draisaitl retrieves, swings it out for Bouchard. 2 game winners in this series. A shot by McDavid, kissed the crossbar, rebound Bouchard, right off the half wall. McDavid backing off, and on the puck, Ian Cole locates Zadorov. He turned it over. Now it's Draisaitl right circle. Canucks had an opportunity to clear it there and did not get it done. Draisaitl gives it up. McDavid point blank kicks it out. Bouchard, Draisaitl onto the ice. Kane, Draisaitl one-timer missed short side. And the Oiler Atco power play sitting at 40 seconds. Here's McDavid in front, and Hyman can't finish. Now it's Draisaitl right corner. He'll give way to McDavid. Rolls off the right half boards. Bouchard loading up. Cross ice. Draisaitl deep in the right circle. Wanders up top at the faceoff dot. He shoots, and a save made by Shelox. And now the second unit thinking about coming on and will come on with 20 seconds left in the minor to Pius Suter for goaltender interference. We told you about that starting lineup, brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, offering flexibility within reach. Get back in the game. Customizable designs from Coventry Homes. Calvin Pickard making his first back-to-back starts in the NHL since March of 2021, opposed by Artur Shelovs, who beat him in Game 2 of last year's American Hockey League first-round series between Bakersfield and Abbotsford. But Pickard got the win in Tuesday's Game 4. Off the draw, the Canucks win it, and Tyler Myers will rifle it down the ice, and that should do it for the Oiler power play. Nurse will get it back for Brian McLeod, and then tried to find McLeod down the middle, and we have a whistle. Is McLeod offside? Because it certainly was not icing. He had at least a half step, but he had a step, Bob.
They blew it. They blew it dead. They blew the call.
Evander Kane's furious with the referee, Francois Saint Laurent. There's a little scrum in the corners. There was a late hit on McLeod. Desharnais came down low to protect his man. Dan O'Rourke is the other referee. Linesman Matt McPherson and James Tobias.
The Canucks have come out banging from the get-go. right off the draw, JT Miller knocked Connor McDavid to the ice. Suter got involved, and McLeod made the right call there. I mean, the lines...
I didn't think he was offside,
He was
Bob.
not. He made the right play. He hopped inside, beat everybody to the puck.
And they've confirmed and are still putting it in the
Chris
Oilers' end.
Knobloch wants a face-off at center ice.
I agree. I mean...
That's a tough sequence.
It's a missed call. Elias Lindholm playing on the line with Elias Pettersson and Suter, who's poised to come out of the box here in exactly 1 second. Face-off win and a shot by Pettersson. They're trying to get him going. Just 2 goals in his last 23.
They've hit every chance they've got, and they've taken the body here, Jack. We're 2 minutes
Lindholm
into the
just
game.
finished his check. Here's Nurse to Desharnais. That pairing still intact for Edmonton. Sent in deep. Ryan McLeod scoops it up in the corner out to Desharnais. His shot deflected. Sheeloffs is able to find it through a screen set by Corey Perry. Evander Kane was down low as well. And we'll have a face-off coming to the left of Artur Sheeloff. So 3 minutes and already a high-event first period with the Oilers getting an early power play and Connor McDavid grazing the crossbar on a little floater. By the way, Corey Perry's 39 years of age today.
Fans trying to get Elias Pettersson going. Let's go Petey chant.
Well, he was well on his way to becoming the first Canuck ever with back-to-back 100-point campaigns, and then his offense fell off a cliff in the last month and a half of the season. And that stretched into the postseason. Off the draw, Canucks come up with a puck to the left of Sheeloffs. Vasily Podkolzin. As Vancouver's made 3 changes up front. Podkolzin with Di Giuseppe on the 4th line, and the other guy back in there is Niels Höglander, who's playing with Pettersson and Lindholm 5-on-5. Sent up the left-hand side. Podkolzin at the red. He'll give it up for Ian Cole, who's had a tough series. Backhands it down low. Podkolzin to Zadorov, and he'll turn it over, and here come the Oilers. Janmark looking for Connor Brown. Bumped off the puck immediately. Cole didn't get it out. A shot swallowed up, taken him originally by Kulak. Great play to keep it alive. Now Janmark, high slot. Dishes down low and just out of the reach of the activating Kulak, but that was a heck of a play. Kulak was 1-on-3. Cole, another backhand flub in his own zone. He has really struggled. Draisaitl, cross ice. Desharnais will give it up in the corner. Evander Kane slides it back to the high slot for Draisaitl. 20 points in his first 9 games of this postseason. 10 points in each series. Nurse cross ice. That was deflected, and conservatively Desharnais will back off, allowing Di Giuseppe to pop it back to center. Carried back in by Holloway. Kane hard to the net. Holloway chipped it wide. Kane backhander deflected, and that might have saved a goal. Cole cannot clear. Desharnais right point. Fed it along for Leon Draisaitl. Backhands it in front, score! And there it is, Evander Kane giving Edmonton a 1-0 lead. 4.5 minutes into this first period.
Well, the Oilers, Vincent Desharnais, after Edmonton just missed a glorious opportunity before, he sweeps it behind the goal. Draisaitl finds the puck, and he finds Evander Kane, who 1 times won home for his 3rd goal of the playoffs, and the Oilers have an early lead.
Talked about at the onset of the broadcast, and really for much of the 2 days leading up to this game as well, about when would secondary scoring come from Kane and Perry and McLeod and Fogle and Brown. And the Oilers are able to get one from Evander Kane. That's his 25th career postseason goal. Here's McDavid off the center ice draw. Flashing in right-hand side, tried to center. It came down to McDavid. Tried to give it up for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Tyler Myers able to clear. First goal hasn't necessarily meant victory in this series. Keep that in mind. Suter off to Carson Soucy. Oilers broke the trend by scoring first and beating the Canucks 3-2 on Tuesday night. Lead pass, Ekholm, and a quick chip by Hyman over to Connor McDavid. Into the offensive zone, he gave it away. For me, Bob, that starts with Cole, back-to-back turnovers in his own end.
You don't expect that out of a guy that's played over 125 playoff games.
But he has had a miserable series. Here's Bouchard, winding it up the middle, deflected away. after it, and offside will be whistled against Edmonton with 14:28 to go in the first period. Kane from Draisaitl and Desharnais, and the Oilers have taken a 1-0 lead. And how about Leon Draisaitl now with a point in 10 straight games to begin this postseason? No one's done that in an Oiler uniform since Mark Messier reeled off a point in the first 14 games of the 1988 Stanley Cup run.
That was a good year for Edmonton. They went 16-2, the playoffs.
It's the last of Wayne Gretzky's 4 cups in Edmonton. Off the draw, sent in deep, Hughes to Roenick, and now right to left come the Canucks. Hughes takes the outlet pass, and a centering pass was deflected into about the 6th row here at Rogers Arena. We are expecting a 6 p.m. Mountain face-off for Game 6 Saturday night at Rogers Place in Edmonton, and the viewing party highly energized by that early goal from Evander Kane. Draisaitl and Desharnais, the helpers. Draisaitl, 20 points in his first 9 this year, Bob. Connor McDavid, 20 points in his first 9 playoff games 2 years ago. Prior to that, no one had done it since Lemieux in 1992.
Derek Ryan waved out of the circle here.
McLeod will take the draw, and he's been solid on faceoffs, and he wins one there.
52%.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that up the left-hand side. Vancouver's a good faceoff club, and that will be an icing call whistled against the Oilers, so they don't take full advantage of winning that draw. Now they're going to have to do it again with 14:03 to go in the first period, and Edmonton leading 1-0. A winner of a Game 5 in a series that's tied at 2 games apiece wins 79% of the time.
Cloud's going to go against Lindholm here, who's had a good series in the circle for Vancouver.
He's had a good everything in this series. Elias Lindholm won the draw, trickled back to Quinn Hughes in the high slot. He's only had 14 shots on net for Vancouver after scoring 17 goals during the regular season. Pettersson behind the net with a backhander off the pads of Pickard. Got it back, tried to slip it in front, and that was intended for Höglander, who scored 24 during the regular season, but a swing and a miss. And burrowing his way down the ice is Foegele. Brought back the other way, outlet, Hughes to Höglander, and Vancouver gets it in deep. Draisaitl takes a pop from Pettersson. Got it to Cody Ceci. Backhanded up ice and clubbed in eventually by Foegele. Climbed over the stick of Shelovs, and first on it, Draisaitl. Desharnais winds it around the boards. Here's Darnell Nurse. A shot redirected wide. Pettersson getting urged on. Here's a redirect by Holloway, and a tough save made by Shelovs. Joshua up to Garland down the right-hand side. It was Joshua who tied the game with 2 minutes to go on Tuesday night, only to see Bouchard win it one shift later. Here's Joshua, point blank. Poke check by Calvin Pickard, and the puck out to the corner. Shot taken by Zadorov, and that's deflected up and out of play. And Edmonton, having given up that equalizer on Tuesday night and winning a minute later, was the first time that it happened in a Stanley Cup playoff game since the 1995 New Jersey Devils, giving up a late one and then winning it in regulation. The Oilers off to another good start in regulation time tonight, leading 1-0 in Game 5 this Western Conference semifinal. Evander Kane has put Edmonton ahead. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey in the Stanley Cup playoffs from sold-out Rogers Arena in Vancouver. The Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Every game in this series has been decided by 1 goal. A face-off win for Neil Zoman. A sharp angle shot by Quinn Hughes, left circle, and a save made by Calvin Pickard. Edmonton leading 1-0. Vasily Budkolzin, who's gone backward in his 3-year NHL career, tried to set a screen, and a shot from distance by Philip Roenick was kicked aside by Pickard. Hughes pressured off the rebound, and Derek Ryan forces action all the way back into the Vancouver zone. The Janmark got away from Podkolzin. It's shoveled down low, wide open, shot denied. Connor Brown, a great look, and Sheloffs makes the save. And Brown, for me, Bob, looked like he was trying to steer that puck into the net instead of letting it fly.
Just let her rip. I mean, he shot.
Did you see the same thing,
Yeah,
kind of?
he shot the puck like a guy who didn't score for the first 55 games this year. What a chance for the Oilers. Janmark with a terrific play at the line, and that helped coordinate an opportunity for turnover in the Vancouver zone.
Now, the one thing is, he might have been trying to settle that puck, Bob. I've been told the ice is not good here.
Nope.
Not at all. Sent up the right-hand side, Zach Hyman. The Oilers have some representatives who report to the NHL on such things, and they say this is bottom third in the league, despite being the only tenant, the primary tenant here is Vancouver. Outside of that, it's just concerts. Up the right wing boards. Here's Hyman to McDavid. In over the line. Drop pass. Shot Nugent Hopkins. And took it. Shade too long getting it off. Myers deflected it on a play. 11:52 to go in the first. And there's a case, Bob, and I think I heard you in the interrupting category, and what you were saying is probably don't dust that off. Just shoot it.
We just talked. If you're playing with McDavid and you're an elite player yourself, you know, your number 1 pick, he had 100 points last year. He was just shooting it last year. What a chance. Edmonton's had back-to-back chances here.
Draisaitl wins the face-off. Nurse to Desharnais, right point. Draisaitl's line mates are Kane and Holloway. Kane opened the scoring. A steal by Ian Cole forces it back inside the Edmonton line. Ian Cole has been on the ice for 8 of Edmonton's 15 goals in this series. Cole up the right-hand side a second time. This time, Pettersson between the wickets. Lead pass Zadorov. Center ice, and Elias Lindholm will go nowhere. Double teamed and tracked by Draisaitl and Nurse. Off to Kane. Flipped it ahead for Dylan Holloway, left wing. Puts the brakes on against Roenick. Roenick draped all over him. Holloway in close quarters. Puck lodged in his equipment. Finally came free. Draisaitl fired it down low. Kane did not recognize, and a clear for Pettersson up the left-hand side. That looked like offside, and there's the call coming from linesman James Tobias as Dakota Joshua, the guilty party. 11:02 to go in the first period. And how chaotic was that final 2 minutes on Tuesday night? You and I didn't even know the goal credited to Joshua until after the game.
Who's counting the shots in this building? Like, oh man.
Face-off, left side of Archer Sheloffs, the 6th-round draft pick of the Canucks in 2019. He went 5 rounds after Podkolzin. And he's played to a .907 save percentage in the playoffs, rescuing the Canucks with injury. Well, here's a delay of game. That'll be whistled against Quinn Hughes, and the Canucks will put the Oilers on the power play again, and this time they lose Hughes. So this, a massive opportunity for Edmonton. 11 minutes to go in the first period. Already leading 1-0 with a 5-on-5 goal scored by Evander Kane. Now the power play, having had a chance to kind of work out some kinks in the first minute and a half of the game, gets a golden chance here.
Well, Lindholm against Draisaitl in the circle. We mentioned Lindholm's had a terrific series. Won a lot of draws on the PK.
Just won a face-off. Myers brushed it over to Soucy, and he'll swing it off the left-hand left-hand glass, and the Canucks get it down the ice.
Leon's only at 54.7%. He was over 58 in round one.
Here's Bouchard, whacked away at center ice by Lindholm. Here's Bluger shorthanded. Lindholm loading up, couldn't pull the trigger. McDavid got in his grill, and now it's Bouchard up the right-hand side. Pass off the stick, though, and Soucy will take a skate and fling it down the left-hand boards. Pickard to knock it down. 1:25 left in this Atco Energy power play. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Oilers failed to convert early. A second opportunity halfway through the first period. McDavid rushing in right-hand side. Pulls it back to Draisaitl right point. Shook off a check from Joshua. Open Nugent-Hopkins. Doesn't shoot. Backs off. Evan Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins. This time a shot smothered by Cole. Did not get it out. Oman will pressure up top against Bouchard. Top of the right circle, McDavid. Little spin on Joshua. Slithers down low. Gives it up. Draisaitl. One-timer Bouchard. Sprawling right pad save. A reaching Oman. Fails to clear. Joshua. Oman. And it's finally forced out. Oman on his backhand will eventually shovel it in from the right-hand side. And McDavid and Draisaitl are going to change here with 40 seconds left on the power play. The Oilers send out the second unit. Bouchard hands to McLeod. Edmonton 1, Vancouver 0. Steele Pettersson shorthanded left wing. Bouchard back, centers it. Shot by Giuseppe, kicked aside by Pickard. Dalvin Pickard with good work here in the early going, protecting the 1-0 Edmonton lead. McLeod right-hand side for Corey Perry. Hits the trailer McLeod over the line. Kane. Now Corey Perry centering pass intercepted. Giuseppe threw it right back at Perry. It caromed off him out to center, and Hughes' penalty is over. Vancouver back to full strength. McLeod give and go with Corey Perry. Now it's Desharnais right point. Helped set up the first goal. Down low, curled ahead for Hughes. Breakout pass delivered on target. Ronan. A strike to JT Miller. Could not get around Darnell Nurse. That was excellent defensive work by Nurse. Reaching across Miller's body to knock the puck away. Suter with Nurse on him in the far corner. The puck shaken free. Miller back on it. JT Miller not happy with his effort in Game 4. Tried to fly the zone with the game tied at 2 late, and Zadorov and Eric pass cross ice to Roenick. That puck exited the zone and will be whistled for an offside. 8:19 to play in the first period. Edmonton a 1-0 lead. Evander Kane is third of the playoffs, and the Oilers with the all-important lead in Game 5, looking to take a 3-2 series lead in the Western Conference semifinal. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs, live from Rogers Arena in Vancouver. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long-hauling it like I am, there's an F-150 for every Albertan, with plenty of options to choose from, like available Pro Power on board. So if you're looking for a new truck, stop by your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Think you can't go back to school because you have a family or a full-time job? Yes, you can! Northern Lakes College provides a supported distance learning environment, offering a guided learning setting that supports you to succeed and provides the flexibility to suit your lifestyle. Explore programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve. NorthernLakesCollege.ca.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit AccessInsuranceGroup.com.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Edmonton won games 3 and 4 in Los Angeles, closed that series out in 5. Split the first 2 here in Vancouver, and and now look to take command of the series and put Vancouver in a place where the Canucks have not been since December the 20th. And that's looking up at someone else in the Pacific Division. Canucks have been in first place and either been leading or tied in this series heading into Game 5. They have not been behind. Vegas actually had the lead in the division December 20th. Canucks took it over December 21st and went on to 50 wins and 109 points. Off the draw, the Canucks guilty of an icing up the left-hand boards. And that's what Edmonton is attempting to do here, Bob, is make Vancouver play from behind for the first time in 5 months and see how they respond.
Problem is the Oilers have only got one shot on goal, Jack, since the goal from Evander Kane.
Off the draw, McLeod pulled it free, and that sailed between defenseman Kulak and Ceci. And we saw that a bit in Game 1 where the Oilers took a 4-1 lead and then did not get another shot on net for almost 24 minutes. Up the right-hand side, Teddy Bluger got it in deep. Dakota Joshua centering pass off a skate, and Pickard right on it. And Calvin Pickard seems to be locked in. He's only had to stop 4 shots, but that was an alert play. That went off a skate, and Pickard wasn't going to be denied. 7:37 to go in the first period. 1-0 again. Calvin Pickard getting the call for Game 4. Stuart Skinner had started Edmonton's previous 20 playoff games. And Pickard did what he was doing for much of the year, Bob, and that's deliver a quality start when Edmonton needed it.
59% against 45% in the faceoff circle. Miller's been really good down the middle for Vancouver.
Against Connor McDavid. Out there with Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. And Bob gleefully whammies him, and now the Oilers sent one up the left-hand side. Yeah, chipped off the glass. No delay of game. The Canucks trying to sell it, but a clear deflection off the pane, and 7:31 to go in the first. Another face-off to the left side of Calvin Pickard. Ekholm and Bouchard the pairing. Nugent Hopkins and Hyman the wingers for Connor McDavid, Edmonton's captain. I'm not so sure, partner. Second look. Off the draw, sent down low by Tyler Myers. And Hyman, a good play off the half wall to get it out of the zone. Myers, Miller kicked it back. Hyman nearly stole it and then took it away and dances down the right-hand side. Put it behind the net. Myers took over against Nugent Hopkins. Carson Soucy, a little give and go, gets it back from Pius Suter. Now Brock Besser. Drop pass for JT Miller. Swings behind the Edmonton net. Oilers lead it 1-0. Miller, not much on that pass. Soucy able to hold on to it. And now Besser to Miller. Dribbled off his stick. Soucy gave it to Nugent Hopkins. Ahead for Hyman, and the Oilers have something. Hyman centers off the skate of Soucy and right into Shelovs. And that time it was Shelovs having to make a reactionary stop, and Edmonton gets nothing off that odd man rush.
Oilers have had their chances here to add to the lead. Point-blank look for Brown. Nugent Hopkins with a good opportunity.
You wonder whether a shot was there, Bob, with McDavid just having about a stride or two on the left side.
Pass it off the pads.
Draisaitl on between Kane and Holloway. Face-off win for the Canucks and a clear for Ian Cole. Desharnais back at his own end as the Let's Go Petey chants once again reverberate throughout Rogers Arena in Vancouver. Another giveaway by Ian Cole. Here's Evander Kane. Tried to center that one off escape. We got another penalty coming. And it will be against the Canucks. And this is started by Cole again. He is just having a nightmare of a series. 6:20 to go in the first period. Cole gave it away. And when Edmonton came thundering the other way, it was Cole himself having to take a penalty at 13:40. Holding call, 3 power plays in a row for Edmonton.
Got to score, because you know they're going to get a couple themselves here. Got to score. You're up 1-0. You've already had 2 power plays. You haven't combined for... They've had one good luck on the 2 power plays, and it started with a face-off loss for Draisaitl against Lindholm. Jack, I'd say you win a draw, you get it to the net. You talked about the ice. You might not be able to make 5 passes to create a goal.
Hyman and McDavid stacked in the pen. Face-off win for Lindholm on Draisaitl. Hard rim and out from Nikita Zadorov, and the crowd really giving it to the officials here at Rogers Arena. Edmonton with a 1-0 lead. His third power play in the first 14 minutes. Draisaitl to Zach Hyman, pulls it in over the line. Zadorov, and that's another. That's going to be a penalty
on Hyman.
Up the right-hand side.
Yeah, you knew
Hyman
that was coming.
Driving in, and a holding the stick call whistled against Zach Hyman.
You knew it was going to happen.
For a second, I thought Hyman had chipped it by him.
They're forcing Edmonton to change what they're doing out of their zone. Coming up the ice, trying to take away McDavid's zone entry speed, which means other guys got to manage the puck better.
So 4-on-4 for the next minute 33. And already once in this series, we've seen a pair of goals scored in the same 4-on-4, one for each side. So Zadorov able to draw the holding the stick call. He was precariously close to interference there on that chip and charge by Hyman. Miller wins the faceoff. Quinn Hughes, left corner. Well, they might not have called it, Bob, but it was close. Here's Besser, a shot off the glove of Pickard, and he had to deal with a screen from J.T. Miller. Miller on the rebound, high slot, feeds Hughes, left circle, shoots, and that might have clipped the crossbar on its way by Calvin Pickard. 5:34 to go in the first period. The 4-on-4 continues in just a moment. The Oilers lead it 1-0 on a goal by Evander Kane. We'll be back with more live first period play-by-play from Rogers Arena. Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal. The Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Edmonton came into this game having scored a power play goal in each of its first 9 postseason tilts. But tonight, 0 for 2 with a chance to maybe stretch the lead out a bit further. It's 1-0 Oilers. Kane from Draisaitl and Desharnais at 4:34. And now in a 4-on-4 situation for the next minute 14, we get a face-off to the right of Calvin Pickard, this best of 7 Western Conference semifinal, tied at 2 games apiece. Off the draw, Hughes from distance. Save Pickard, juicy rebound. McDavid's on it. He's out there with Draisaitl, Ekholm, and Bouchard, and it's Ekholm locating Bouchard at center. Draisaitl hanging back, takes a pass from McDavid, now charges it over the line. One-timer Ekholm, and that was fought off by Shelovs. Off his right armpit. Here's McDavid trying to bust through Tyler Myers. A clear up the gut for Brock Besser, and the Canucks will take a stroll up to center. Besser will dump it behind. Bouchard. Hit. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Draisaitl in over the line. Draisaitl tried to center at the last moment, and that was broken up. Roenick and McDavid grapple for puck possession off the rebound. And McDavid was tied up with Hughes, allowing Pettersson to come away with the puck. Canucks poised to go on an abbreviated power play in about 10 seconds. Roenick in over the line. Canucks right to left. Roenick lost the handle and it went right to Pickard. He'll swallow it up with 4:29 to go in this first period. Evander Kane, the game's only goal, and another face-off to the right of the Edmonton net.
Well, this is going to work out. If they get an ozone face-off win, they're going to have puck possession at Edmonton's in here. 30 seconds left.
Hyman whistled for holding the stick after Cole had been called for a hold. He will skate straight across to his bench, and the Canucks will get that fifth skater on. Pettersson beaten off the draw by Derek Ryan, and then reversed to Desharnais. Peels away from Hughes, who then try to get inside on Desharnais. He'll find Darnell Nurse, reverse back up the left-hand side. Cole heading off, and now Vancouver on the power play from its own blue line. Miller, little give and go with Lindholm, and then what a steal by Nugent Hopkins. Flicked it back to the red line. Not sure the Canucks have enough time here. 8 seconds. On the 5-on-4, Hughes steps in. Miller to Pettersson. Snapshot, save, Pickard, rebound. No, pulled off the line by Desharnais. Brilliantly. He plucked it right off the goal line to save what seemed to be a certain equalizer. The Canucks had two guys chopping away at the puck behind Pickard.
That's unreal.
Here's McLeod from Desharnais. Left wing, Nurse a shot. Fought off by Shelovs. Nurse for Ryan McLeod. Back behind the net. Engaged with Philip Roenick. And he'll come up the right-hand side. Roenick to Connor Garland. Loads and fires and missed over the crossbar. Rebound. Podkolzin put it around the boards for Roenick with 3:15 to go in the first. Hit the official. Good break for Edmonton. McLeod took advantage with a clear up the middle. Zadorov a dart off the skate of Podkolzin, and now Oman will kick it back to Shelovs. Fires up the right-hand side. Deflected, and Kulak will settle. Over to Cody Ceci. He was hit hard. Zadorov banged into Fogle, and a hard hit by Myers on Holloway, whose helmet came off.
He's got to get off the ice here,
Shoveled up by Zadorov to Di Giuseppe. Canucks right to left. Di Giuseppe back into the lineup after being a healthy scratch the last two. Myers shot deflected high in the air. Quick chance, but Colson couldn't finish. Susi fires and scores. This game is tied. Carson Susi had 2 goals and 6 points during the regular season. He's got a goal and 5 points in the postseason. And game 5 now locked up at 1-1. Time 17:27. The second playoff goal of his career for Carson Susi.
Oilers have Desharnais' stick got hacked out of his hands, and by the time he got up, he could not front the puck. We're tied 1-1.
Luger against Derek Ryan, center ice face-off. Kane for Edmonton, Susi for Vancouver with what could be an unassisted goal. He was suspended for Game 4 for the cross-check to McDavid's throat at the end of Game 3. Off the draw, Susi himself will shoot it in. Around the boards, that's going to be picked up by Kulak. Joshua gets it and keeps it down low for Bluger. Puck in the right corner, out to Garland, slid it across. Susi hesitated and fell down, and here come the Oilers, 3-on-1. Connor Brown, right wing, centers one-timer, score! Matthias Janmark has put the Oilers up 2-1. His first goal since February 26th. Matthias Janmark bangs in the go-ahead tally.
Great pass by Connor Brown. You're sitting there thinking maybe you should shoot the puck. Reaching for the puck. Kulak's speed forced a turnover. The Oilers broke out on a 3-on-1 jailbreak. Derek Ryan picked the Canucks. Connor Garland, and Janmark finishes it off. 2-1 Oilers.
Beautiful pass through Roenick, and Janmark the finish. No chance for Shelovs. And the Oilers regain the lead 2-1 And what a timely response, Bob, just 23 seconds after Vancouver had worked hard to tie it up. Off the draw, sent in deep. Ekholm with a clear, back to center. Canucks will go D-to-D. Soucy's goal was indeed unassisted. Janmark from Connor Brown, and Edmonton right back in front. Suter to Zadorov, shoots wide. Rebound kicked off the corner boards, and Nugent-Hopkins will gallop up to center. Bouchard right wing across the Vancouver line will send it around the boards. Lindholm protects against Nugent-Hopkins with 90 seconds to go in the period. The puck nestled back to center. Carried back in by Connor McDavid. He'll backhand it down low. Myers pursuing with Nugent-Hopkins right on him. Nugent-Hopkins checked him off the puck. McDavid to Hyman. Right face-off dot. Zadorov defending. Hyman thought about the wraparound. Now shoots, and a glove save made by Sheloff as Nugent-Hopkins takes a couple of extra pops on his way to a line change with 1:09 to play in the first period. The Oilers taking a 2-1 lead. Kulak will get the second assist on the scoring play. Matthias Janmark, with his 9th career playoff goal, has given Edmonton a 2-1 lead in Game 5.
76 games played in the playoffs for Janmark. He's a veteran.
Face-off win for Draisaitl. Here's Nurse's shot. That fluttered wide. Rebound, Desharnais. They'll put it in the corner for Evander Kane. Now you've got Draisaitl and Holloway. Spun back behind the net. Battling for it. Nudged free. Holloway against Lindholm. Roenick shook it loose against Draisaitl. Holloway trying to maintain. Pedersen for Vancouver. Tossed to the ice. Nurse was flattened, and we have offside whistled against Edmonton as Nurse cheated a bit in and got called. A face-off will come out to neutral ice with 34 seconds to go in the first period, and Edmonton leading Game 5 by a count of 2-1. Game 6 we expect will be played on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock at Rogers Place in Edmonton. Game 7, if there's one required, would be Monday. Likely a 6 Mountain Time start again, because that would be the only night for a Game 7 around the NHL. Off the face-off, Vancouver controls. Hughes to Besser on the left-hand side. Pressure from Janmark up to Suter. They'll wind it around.
That looked offside.
Miller let it go through, and the Oilers chip it back to center, rendering any potential offside academic. Here's Myers to Besser, double-teamed at center, and the Oilers take it back in. A chance for Ryan McLeod. Change of pace behind the net. Tried to center. Deflected off the side of the goal. Janmark won another battle with Tyler Myers. Now Janmark, did he hold the stick on Myers? I don't think they're going to call a penalty. The horn sounded just as that hold came to pass, and then Myers wrestled Janmark to the ice, and I think the ultimate decision will be no penalties whatsoever, and Edmonton will gleefully head to the locker room with a 2-1 lead. And I say gleefully because this building was rocking, but for all of 23 seconds before Matthias Janmark was able to bang home a 2-on-1 finish from Connor Brown and restore the lead to the visitors. It's 2-1 Oilers after 20.
Coincidental at the end of the period, Jack. They did give a penalty each way there.
Was it roughing, or did they have the holding the stick, and did Myers negate it?
I think it's roughing for both of them.
Yeah, so there we go. Edmonton 2, Vancouver 1. And the shots in that first period halved. 11 for each team. Calvin Pickard against Artie Sheloffs. And we've got a 2-1 score Edmonton through 20 minutes of play as the Oilers look to take a 3-2 series lead back to Edmonton with an opportunity to close it out in Saturday evening's Game 6. Kane opened the scoring 4.5 minutes in. Soucy tied it with an unassisted goal at 17:27, and then Janmark just 23 seconds later. And it's interesting because Soucy hesitated. There was a loose puck to the right side of the Edmonton net. Soucy hesitated, got caught in no man's land, fell down, and a Vancouver scoring chance became a 2-on-1 Edmonton going the other way.
It was almost a 3-on-1 in the sequence.
Yes.
Like Derek Ryan picked off Connor Garland, who broke his stick over the crossbar after the Oilers' goal. He was upset. Derek did a real veteran moxie poised job. And so
a 2-1 score for the Edmonton Oilers, and we go ringside with Matthias Janmark. And Matthias, the finish off the 2-on-1, how important was that goal in light of the fact the building had come to life with Vancouver having just tied it?
Yeah, you always talk of momentum and growth, shifts after goals, both ways. And yeah, that was a big goal, and now we need to keep pushing here.
Real good play by Derek Ryan picking off Connor Garland there. But did you think maybe Connor Brown was going to shoot it? You were going to drive the net for a rebound. He put it right on the tape.
Yeah, I feel like he had a lot of options. I don't know if it was a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 or 4-on-1 or whatever it was, but just trying to present the option backdoor, and like you said, he put it right on my tape. So
yeah, you did more than present the option. You buried that sucker. Well done, Matthias. Good luck rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Janmark, it should be noted, fired that puck into the back of the net.
And so did Kane on the first one.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is, Jack, I think Edmonton's up 2-1, and I think Vancouver's lucky there's not more goals in this game. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, a point-blank look. A look on the power play early that the Oilers, Nugent-Hopkins elected not to shoot the puck. They are pursuing Connor McDavid, trying to take time and space away from McDavid on the power play. Basically saying, you got to beat us 4-on-3. We're going to take McDavid out of the mix. There needs to be an adjustment there from Glenn Gulletson and that power play group if they do get another one. They've had 3. Vancouver's had 1, albeit each team's had a short 27-second power play in this game. 5-on-5, Edmonton, other than a bit of a fluke. Think of the 2 goals Vancouver got in Edmonton. One was off a broken play, one was off a deflection. They got a goal off a broken play here.
Yeah, Pickard has not been beaten with a real clean situation, and that first goal by Garland went off a stick.
Yeah, and so, at the end of the day, we're sitting here looking at an Oilers team that probably had a chance to create some more opportunities in and around the net. I thought a real good period for the line of Holloway along with Draisaitl and Evander Kane. They were good in that period. Hyman and Nugent-Hopkins got to get going. McDavid's on his horse. He's creating some looks. RNH and Hyman, they're going to get some opportunities here. They got to have the quick twitch going.
Speaking of quick twitch, we have been confirmed. 6 o'clock Mountain Time start for Game 6.
No morning skate.
Saturday night at Rogers Place. I can't promise you that, Bob. I hope so for the benefit of your schedule.
Oh, yeah.
You look certainly hopeful.
I got to get my hair done on Saturday, Jack.
Why? It looks fantastic.
It's getting a little
you think a little gray?
It's getting a little gray. Working with you for
right.
the last 14 years has done that to me. I was also only 210 pounds when you started, and I'm now up to at least, anyways.
There's been something about you tonight. You look robust. Maybe, just maybe full of... You've led a rich life, have you not? You look quite... I don't know.
Anyhow, it's enough out of you, buddy.
Suit, by the way?
No,
you didn't buy it last night.
No, I did not buy the new suit.
After any sort of...
No, but thanks for that. Thanks for sharing.
2-1 our score. Edmonton through 20 minutes of play. Caden Janmark with the Oiler goals. Carson Soucy from Irma, Alberta, has one for Vancouver. This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal. Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown. Next up from the flagship home of the Oilers Radio Network's 630 CHED. And this is the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Puck in the right corner, out to Garland, slipping across. Susie hesitated and fell down. And here come the Oilers, 3-on-1. Connor Brown, right wing, centers one-timer, score! Matthias Janmark has put the Oilers up 2-1.
Yeah, Janmark with his first of the postseason. He had a great period. That's you're looking to the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. So 2-1 Oilers after the first period in Vancouver in Game 5. We do have a start time for Game 6, Saturday, 6 p.m. here at Rogers Place. I'm at the watch party. Rob Brown checking in as well. What exceptional period by that fourth line, Rob.
Yeah, they were. 3 shifts that were dominant. They had the goal. They had another one where Derek Ryan makes a nice little pass back to Connor Brown, who has a wide open opportunity. And then before the first goal? Yeah, before Leon's goal, it was all started by Kane's goal was all started by a good shift by the fourth line. They have been, I've said right from the beginning, the fourth line has been very good in this series. They've had limited opportunities on the ice. They have outplayed the Oilers' third line. I'd like to see more of them. They've been very, very good. And tonight, huge goal from your fourth line. That is, on a night right now, the Vancouver Canucks have killed off 3 Oiler penalties, and they've kept Connor McDavid off the score sheet. They're trailing after 2-1. That is a huge blow to the Vancouver Canucks and big for the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah, the forechecking of that line leading up to the Kane goal earlier in the period. Kane from Draisaitl and Desharnais. Shots 11-11. I thought it was a good period overall, Rob. I thought the Oilers are working very hard for pucks, keeping plays alive. I thought Vancouver had trouble clearing the puck cleanly at times, but as we've seen with the Canucks, they just find a way to stay in it, whether it's a big save or just doing enough defensively and then cashing in when you get an opportunity.
Yeah, I thought the Canucks actually had a good period as well. They had some good chances. Their killing was good. They had a couple grade A scoring chances off their penalty kill. Quinn Hughes walked in, rifled one off the crossbar. They left another one right on the goal line. I can't believe Vinny had the confidence and patience. He just heartbeat was going still at 60 as he puts his stick down and grabs that one right off the goal line just before it goes in. So the Canucks had some great chances too. But the thing that the Canucks did in that first period, sometimes when you open up to try to create more opportunities, you open up for bigger mistakes. And in that first period, the Oilers had, 3 odd man breaks, where the Canucks have done a great job limiting those in this series. And the Canucks pinching or the goal where Susie, if you have hesitation in your game, then just go back. Susie hesitates, then makes a lunge at the puck and falls down, and that's where Brown gets the 3-on-1. You just can't do that. You just can't take those kinds of chances. And it came back to haunt Susie on that one. But no, the Oilers did a lot of good things. They had good energy, good opportunities with the puck. They were able to roll 4 lines. The fourth line gets one. It was a very good road period. And, you're 2 periods now away from a big victory on the road, and you finish the first period with the lead. That's a good thing.
Yeah, Hyman and McDavid had a 2-on-1. The pass was blocked and made a tricky play for Sheloff, and Connor Brown just all alone in front of the net tested Sheloff, so he did get the assist later on in the period. I thought Pickard looked comfortable again too, Rob.
Yeah, he did. He made a couple big saves. There's one, all kinds of traffic, and he somehow gets his right pad out and blocks it. He looks confident in net. Didn't have any chance on the one that beat him, but there were some great opportunities that the Canucks had that he just stared them down. You just want your goaltender to make the saves he's supposed to. Pickard did that. And then every once in a while stop one that you're not supposed to. So that one that was from the point that I don't think he saw, a really nice play. Pettersson coming around on the wraparound, he was there, comfortable with it. So Pickard through, well, we've seen him now for 4 periods. And I think you got to be pretty happy with what you've gotten from your third-string goalie.
All right, Kane, Soucy, and Janmark with the goals. Shots even at 11. Oilers 0 for 3 on the power play. The Canucks going 0 for 1. That's a wrap on the first period. We'll check your out-of-town scores when we get back. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains, so you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Fort McMurray officials are encouraged by the rainfall that has slowed the spread of a wildfire that forced the evacuation of 4 neighborhoods in the city. However, Director of Emergency Management, Chief Jody Butts, says he's still not sure when the evacuation order for the areas will be lifted.
We're a long ways off on that one just yet. I know, and like I said, we'll take the good graces of Mother Nature and take all the rain that she can give us. But until then, we will continue to plan and work aggressively on that fire line.
Alberta Wildfires' Jose St. Onge says the blaze is now large enough that it could take months or even years to fully extinguish. And over in BC, a wildfire that caused the entire community of Fort Nelson to be evacuated has caused some structural damage at rural properties outside town. There's no word yet, though, on just how many structures have been damaged or if they include homes, with a second wildfire now also threatening the community. News on demand at 630ched.com.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit kepleracademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Pizza 73 scoreboard. Pizza 73 official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The Rangers rally from a 3-1 deficit to beat the Hurricanes 5-3. And the Rangers win the series 4-2. So they advance to the Eastern Conference Final. They will play the winner of Florida and Boston. NBA playoffs tonight. Timberwolves leading the Nuggets 34-21, about 3 minutes into the second quarter. Denver hoping to win that series. They have a 3-2 lead. Elks continuing training camp at Commonwealth Stadium. The league has said that the players can wear those Guardian caps, the large covering over the helmet to give some extra protection. Players will be allowed to wear those during games. Elks star receiver Eugene Lewis was asked if he would do so.
I would never wear that personally. I just come from a different era where I like to see the helmet. I don't have no problem with people that do want to wear it. I understand why you are doing it. You want to get the results and everything that comes with it. But me personally, it's not the traditional game that I've seen before. But it's part of the game. Things change and you got to adjust to it.
Game 6, Oilers and Canucks. Start time is set, 6 o'clock Saturday at Rogers Place. But we're in Game 5 right now. Second period coming up. Edmonton leading Vancouver 2-1. Jack and Bob next. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Set for the start of the second period. The Edmonton Oilers with a 2-1 lead. Evander Kane and Matthias Janmark with the goals. We'll be playing 4-on-4 to start this second period because of the coincidentals handed out to Tyler Myers for roughing and Janmark for embellishment. So that means McDavid, Hyman, along with Ekholm and Bouchard. And right now, your playoff bonus jackpot is more than $1.7 million. The jackpot's been reset. It's already over $600,000, and it benefits the Stollery Children's Hospital Foundation and Food Banks of Alberta. Right now, you've still got another 15 minutes to get involved with 2 Loge tickets to Monster Jam and another hour or so for 10 grand cash. Underway, second period. McDavid controlling off the draw. Here's Bouchard walking in with a shot that's smothered by Soucy, and the Canucks with a chance to create. Miller, 1-on-3, in over the line, spins, couldn't get a backhander off, tracked by McDavid, following up as Besser, and eventually the puck flipped up to McDavid by Bouchard, but off McDavid's stick, and Quinn Hughes takes over for Vancouver. Canucks operating left to right, they're in the blue. Edmonton in the white uniforms, and Draisaitl and Nugent-Hopkins pressuring up ice against Quinn Hughes. The Canucks are just 2-3 on home ice in the playoffs. They were right behind Edmonton with the third best regular season record at home coming in. Hughes in over the line to Elias Pettersson. Checked by Ceci and Nugent-Hopkins. Draisaitl hustles over. 3-on-2 Edmonton right to left. Draisaitl in over the line. Hits Nurse. No, that pass behind him. And Hughes able to take off with it. Elias Pettersson, right wing, drop pass Hughes. Back to Pettersson, who had drifted in no man's land. He'll just angle the puck off to Roenick. And Hughes steps up right circle. Not really a shooter, even though the 17 goals. Roenick to Pettersson. Fires, and a save made by Calvin Pickard. But right there, Bob, you had three Vancouver players awfully reluctant to shoot. And Hughes, it doesn't make sense. He's coming off a career year where he had 17 goals. Roenick in over the line. Hughes, right circle, fires, and a glove save made by Pickard with 1:50 gone by in this second period. 10 seconds left in the 4-on-4, and the score remaining. Edmonton 2, Vancouver 1 in Game 5 of this Western Conference semifinal. Game 6 will be Saturday at Rogers Place at 6 o'clock. Obviously, if the Oilers win, they can close it out on Saturday and advance to their second Western Conference final in 3 years.
It's a 1:50 long shift for Quinn Hughes, Jack.
Soucy and Zadorov. I don't think it's the last one we're going to see from Hughes in this series. Off the draw. Kulak from McLeod. Up the right-hand side. Bouchard. Checked by Garland. Lost his stick. Canucks back on the puck. Teddy Bluger. Full complement of players on the ice for both teams. Garland was dropped by Bouchard, who picks the puck up easily and hits McLeod. Left wing to Janmark, hitting the trailer Fogle, and that shot fired over the net. Didn't get all he wanted on it. Garland comes up with it for Vancouver. Up the right-hand side, Bluger, one-hand swing at it, got it through Bouchard. Kulak back to get it, run off the puck. And now Joshua was held by Kulak. Interference going to be called, and Garland's hurt. He went in to the boards head first and caught his right shoulder. And this one appears to be somewhat significant. Fogle will go in for the interference at 2:34. And now Zadorov is unhappy. Garland looks like he's going to be able to remain in the game.
He's just selling a little bit. He's fine. It's going to be a minor to Fogle here. Not a good play. And the Oilers with a tepid start here in the second period. It's now an important kill to start this one off. And Vancouver's 3 of 13 on the power play in this series. Here's the call. It's a 2 or 4. Pretty sure it's threw himself into the boards.
Well, he didn't throw himself into the boards. It was checked into the boards. But it's not a major penalty. Shouldn't be. It should be a 2-minute boarding call. Or they called it interference. It's a little pick play. Garland was trying to get involved. Kane and Hughes in extended conversation at center. Vancouver's lining up. Yeah, just 2 minutes for interference. Vancouver, its first full power play of the game at this juncture.
I didn't. Well, he's on the ice now. Ekholm.
He's out there with Desharnais, Ryan, and Nugent-Hopkins on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. JT Miller wins the face-off. Pettersson, little give and go with Hughes. High slot. Pettersson, one-timer to save Pickard. Rebound Besser. Hughes to Besser. Now Hughes, one-timer, rocketed wide. Rebound scooped and cleared by Desharnais. Hard up the left-hand boards. Hughes found the puck, threw it over to Pettersson. Vancouver 3 for 13 on the power play in this series. Desharnais the steal and rifles it up the right-hand side.
Long change in this period, Jack.
Miller, left-hand side for Pettersson, steal by Derek Ryan, and fire down the ice. The Oilers with a gaudy penalty kill, 87%, second amongst the playoff teams. Their combined power play and penalty kill easily better than anyone since it's been tracked since 1978. 46% on the power play, 87% on the kill. Coming in. Here's Besser gaining the line. Janmark and Brown with pressure up top. Miller to Pettersson to Hughes. High slot shot redirected and out of the reach of Brock Besser, who has 7 playoff goals for Vancouver. Gets it down low to Miller. Back to Pettersson. 2-1 Edmonton. Pettersson short side. Miller stopped. Rebound and it rolled wide. Good save by Pickard as he flashed out the pad to deny Miller's drag move in front. Hughes, left point, gives it up for Besser. 30 seconds on the power play for Vancouver. Saucer pass, Hughes to Pettersson across, tipped by Ceci. After it, Besser shovels it down low for Miller. He'll wind it around for Pettersson. Picks it off the right-hand boards, gives it back to JT Miller. High slot, Hughes. One-timer ripped, and Pickard makes the save. Square to the shooter against Besser. And with 15:37 to go in the second period.
That was a good-looking power play. They had lots of looks.
But no goals, and 11 seconds remaining in the minor to Warren Fogle. Calvin Pickard with a good save in tight on JT Miller.
Part of the problem for Edmonton on special teams here, even though they've got the gaudy numbers on the power play and the PK, Canucks are winning a lot of draws here.
Bluger out there with Garland and Joshua. Face-off win for Derek Ryan. It's slapped up the right-hand side and out by Bouchard, and that'll do it for the Oiler PK. So Ryan wins the last draw, and Vancouver fails to come away with anything. And as a result, the Oilers' 2-1 lead still intact.
Look, Garland's right back out there. Would have thought it.
Up the right-hand side, Draisaitl. The on-rushing Connor McDavid, fresh off the kill. You've got McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman out there, 5-on-5 for the first time tonight. Garland up the left-hand side. He was checked by Bouchard off the puck immediately. Cross ice, stolen by Dakota Joshua. He's had a pair of three-point games in the playoffs. The Canucks somehow avoided too many men there. It's Joshua danced off, and the Canucks got it in deep. Hard hit on Ekholm by Di Giuseppe. Came up with the puck. Backhander score. We're tied 2-2. Phil Di Giuseppe with the goal. He had just 5 during the regular season. But a timely strike. And early in the second period, Vancouver once again has evened Game 5. Di Giuseppe's first goal since March the 9th.
Oh, man, Evan Bouchard came out in front of the net. Connor flew it. Oilers are looking at something here, Cam.
I'm Jack.
I just talked to Cam. He says, Bob, the Oilers might be looking at something, Jack. That is a rough sequence for the Oilers. That can't happen. It's a bad giveaway. Your best players are on the ice.
Edmonton's lining up as though they've conceded this is a legal goal.
Evan Bouchard's got to pick his game up. I've been the biggest Bouchard supporter in Edmonton. He's had a tough night right from the get-go.
Draisaitl thought there shouldn't be too many men on Vancouver. Didn't get the call. And Di Giuseppe forced a turnover and with a spinning backhander able to tie the game.
The face-offs, the forechecking pressure, the hitting, it's catching up to Edmonton a bit here.
Kulak to Holloway, and now Evander Kane breaks loose with McLeod centering pass broken up. And this is an important shift for Vancouver. Remember, the Canucks allowed the Oilers to regain the lead just 23 seconds after they tied it in the first. Here's a steal put Colson. Wrist shot. Rocketed out of play. Is getting back in time to deflect it was Brett Kulak. 2-2 in Game 5. We're even once again, and Evander Kane having some harsh words.
Connor's having a tough night, too. Puck's not sticking on his stick. Let's see how Bouchard responds here after that giveaway that led directly to the goal. Go make a play.
Bouchard a little lackadaisical, a poke check by Oman, and Di Giuseppe able to backhand it home. And Di Giuseppe had started it with a heavy forecheck on Ekholm.
Fourth line goal against the Oilers' top line on the ice, Jack.
Oman might get a helper there. I thought he knocked that puck away from Bouchard. Off the face-off, a clear by Ekholm up the left-hand side for Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid tried to center, stolen by Suter. Well, both teams wanted more from their depth players, Bob, and they've gotten it tonight in Game 5. Suter to JT Miller, centering pass, Besser, hands off, one-timer, what a save, Pickard! Kicked out the right pad, denied Tyler Myers, and here's McDavid and Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid right circle, centering pass, stolen away and cleared by Soucy. And now you've got Lindholm and Besser 2-on-1. Lindholm to the net, backhander turned away by Pickard. And the rebound for Zach Hyman, and now the Oilers up ice. Hyman ducks in using a screen from Nugent-Hopkins to the net with a centering pass broken up by Quinn Hughes. An exciting sequence there. Pickard with a tremendous save moments ago on Tyler Myers. Here's Niels Höglander. Healthy scratch last 2 games. Brilliant move against Brown. But then 2 differentials setting up Elias Lindholm. And Rick Tocchet talked about that this morning. He wants Höglander scored 24 goals during the regular season. All 5-on-5 to be more assertive. Icing call coming against Edmonton up the right-hand side as Roenick gets back in time. And the 19,000 plus here at Rogers Arena, letting the Canucks know they appreciate the effort. Vancouver has come out here in the second period, outshot Edmonton 6-0, and forged a 2-2 tie in the process. What a save by Pickard on Myers.
Excellent stop, and Oilers need to dig in here. It's been all Canucks. They've been the physically assertive team.
Draw won by Derek Ryan, again to the right of Pickard. Nurse up the middle, too far for Ryan. Hughes, Dakota Joshua, stretch past Garland, wrapped up with Nurse, taken against the boards. Desharnais guides around the right-hand side. Roenick picks it up and shoots wide. Philip Roenick, first 42 games of the year, he had 36 points. Last 49, he's had 12. Here's Desharnais, prying it out of the corner. Up the middle for Connor Brown. The Pickard chance reverberate throughout Rogers Arena as Derek Ryan takes it to the hole. Centers, and Brown's shot was smothered by Hughes. Up the right wing, Garland from Roenick. From center ice, soft chip. Curls away from Pickard. Boy, he put some action on that puck. Kulak tried to clear. Held in by Podkolzin of Vancouver. Now DiGiuseppe gets in deep. Oman brushed away by Kulak, who knew Podkolzin was coming. Tried to jam it out. Draisaitl with a soft toss, and Kane might have something here. He got through Ian Cole. Zadorov comes over and crashes into Kane. Now Cole, checked by Dylan Holloway. Comes away with the puck. He got blasted by DiGiuseppe. Loose, Holloway strong on the puck. DiGiuseppe finally able to carve it out of there for Zadorov on his backhand. It's up the right-hand side. Oman has a wide-open DiGiuseppe. In over the line. Shoots, and a save made by Pickard. Came way out to challenge the shooter. Now stick out Zadorov, and he didn't get a shot away, but he drew a hooking ball. It'll be a slash officially. Time 8:49. And the Canucks will go back to the power play, looking to take their first lead of the night. Zadorov charged into the middle, and Evander Kane slashed him, and those two still jawing.
Can't turn the puck over.
Vancouver 2, Edmonton 2. Game 5 tied in the midway point of the second period. Canucks power play when we return to Rogers Arena in Vancouver. This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal. The Stanley Cup playoffs are on the Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of oil country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange, dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry, it's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary, and for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
11-11, Make-A-Wish, second period, game tied at 2. Canucks on their third power play and a face-off win for JT Miller, one-timer, and Pedersen had it broken up by Nugent Hopkins with the active stick. Ekholm, Desharnais, and Derek Ryan round out this Napa Auto Parts penalty killing unit. Hughes to Besser in front, and Lindholm's shot was stopped by Pickard, and then Miller shot it wide on the rebound. Pedersen, right circle, back to Miller, coming off the goal line in front. Lindholm, Hughes doesn't pull the trigger, moves it over to Pedersen, back to Hughes, steps up with a drive and a save made by Pickard, rebound off the stick and held in by Pedersen. Shoveled down low by Hughes. Miller comes out of the corner. Lindholm tried to go cross ice, and Derek Ryan stole it and prevented what could have been a point-blank look for Brock Besser, Vancouver's 40-goal scorer.
Oilers get a complete change.
Hughes to Pedersen. McLeod, Nurse, Ceci, and Fogle are out. Hughes to Pedersen. Across to JT Miller. Middle of the ice. Lindholm, and ducking inside was Warren Fogle, keeping the feet moving. Hughes was able to brush it off his stick, and Sheloff directs to Pedersen. Took a hit from Fogle and dropped it off for Hughes, and now Pedersen's going to get called. Or is it one each way? Pedersen, a little reverse pop on Fogle, and I got to tell you, I didn't think that was a penalty.
That's a tough call.
Called him for charging. Wow, what? He was standing still.
I'm not sure.
How is that a charge?
He jumped out.
He jumped.
He jumped, left his feet.
Yeah, he did jump. He did jump. That's a good call in retrospect.
It's
still a tough call, but he did jump.
Keep throwing stuff on the ice, dummies. Keep throwing stuff on the ice. Get your team another minor penalty.
9:58 to go in the second period. We will take time out. The game tied at 2. Well, wait a minute. We'll keep it right here.
We're going to have a delay.
It's 4-on-4. So there should be... Yeah, we got a handful of plastic bottles thrown onto the ice and a hand towel. So with 9:58 to go in the second period, surprised they haven't called for a timeout and the ice crew, especially since there does appear to be some liquid on the ice in addition to some plastic cups and other assorted items. This crowd charged up, but
Derek Ryan's had an awesome game on the PK, Jack.
Pedersen definitely jumped on that hit to Fogle. If he doesn't jump,
it's fine.
It's absolutely fine. It's a reverse hit, but for some reason,
well, Raffi Torres
Pedersen jumped up
with way worse than those over the years. Trust me, including one of Milan Mahalik in the 06 playoff run for Edmonton. I think flipped the series game 2 in San Jose. Of course, Torres later played for the Vancouver Canucks. Played in a lot of places, actually, including in San Jose.
So with 9:58 remaining in the second period, we're set to resume the action. The ice crew still thinks they should be coming on here, but they won't. It's an offensive zone draw for Edmonton. The 4-on-4 has McLeod, Janmark, Nurse, and Ceci.
See, this is an interesting decision by Chris Knobloch. I might be inclined, 47 seconds left in the Kane penalty, to go McDavid and Draisaitl, just leave them out there once the power play starts. But what do I know?
McLeod against Elias Lindholm. Face-off right side of Sheloff's, and Lindholm won it cleanly. So now let's see how aggressive the Canucks are 4-on-4. I mean, to your point, Bob, if I'm Rick Tocchet, I tell my 4 to go after it here. Miller up the middle. Roenick gives way. Did he stay on side? Miller a shot off the rush and a left pad save made by a sprawling Pickard, turned over. Miller guides it back to Roenick. A drive redirected wide by Ceci, and he's on the puck himself. Cody Ceci will give it up for McLeod.
Oilers' puck maintenance has been poor.
McLeod right to left. Hits center and in over the Vancouver line. Pulls the trigger. Shot tipped up on the plexi. Handled by McDavid, who's on the ice for Edmonton. Now McLeod will change, replaced by Draisaitl. So now the Oilers just come on the power play. Roenick the steal, and now Vancouver charges up ice 2-on-2. Even though shorthanded, Hughes a conservative flip behind the Edmonton net. Bouchard lays it off to Draisaitl, and the Oilers now go on the Atco power play for a full minute. Their fourth of the night. Edmonton yet to convert. Oilers looking to regain the lead right here. Nugent-Hopkins to McDavid. Jitterbugging behind the net. Curling, centering, tipped away from Nugent-Hopkins. Able to control. Bouchard in the high slot. Nugent-Hopkins, left circle. McDavid fires, save. Shelovs. McDavid was trying to catch Shelovs coming off that post. And the Vancouver netminder able to make the save. And that's only the second shot in this period for Edmonton. We are tied at 2.
Now you need a face-off win from Leon.
5-on-4 for the Oilers. Pettersson in the box for 38 seconds.
One of the things that Shelovs has struggled with is shots through screens. Think of the game winner from Bouchard. Oilers haven't been able to do that on the power play. Draisaitl's not even initially going to take the draw. It was McDavid. McDavid got waved out.
So now it's Draisaitl against Lindholm with 8.5 to go in the second period. This time, Draisaitl wins the face-off. Back to Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins, left circle, tipped away from Draisaitl. Able to punch it over to McDavid. Now out to Bouchard. McDavid tried to drag it through a couple of sticks. Zadorov and Bluger. Bluger came up with it. Tried to throw it back behind the net for Cole defending Draisaitl. Draisaitl protecting on his backhand. Drifts up top. High slot. Nugent-Hopkins from the goal line. 8 minutes to go in the period. Checked off the puck. Bluger backhands it down the ice. And the Oilers are 0 for 4 on the power play tonight.
Yeah, they've been
second best in this second period
by a wide margin.
Bouchard to Evander Kane. They've now credited Edmonton with just one shot in this period, meaning the Oilers needed 11.5 minutes to get that shot. Here's Roenick off the rush with a shot through Ceci, but kicked away by Pickard, who's been rock solid. He's got 19 saves on 21 shots tonight. Vancouver working hard in the corner. Pius Suter to Brock Besser. Miller tracked by Kulak. Steal by Holloway. 3-on-2 for Edmonton. Holloway to McLeod. Left wing for Kane. Back to McLeod. Didn't get a shot away. Hughes ultimately ended up with the puck and starts up ice left to right. Center ice, JT Miller at the Edmonton line. He'll drop it in and change for Vancouver.
Oilers need to simplify off the roughs, Jack. Put some pucks on the net.
CC's pass up the right-hand side, deflected off the corner glass, and eventually brought back the other way by Niels Oman. Got through Connor Brown. Oman loading, centering, swinging a miss in front. But Golson could not make contact with that puck. He hasn't scored a goal in more than a year. Kulak up the right-hand side. Puck was touched. Shelovs is going to have to move it. Ryan trying to anticipate, but Golson did not handle it cleanly. Soucy over to Di Giuseppe, who tied the game in this second period. It's the only goal in the frame. Soucy up the left-hand side, spilled out successfully by Podkolzin. Desharnais, rink wide to Nurse. Chops it back to the opposite corner. Ian Cole up the left-hand side. Draisaitl flick of the wrist, put it back on Holloway's stick, and his shot deflected up and out of play with 6:10 remaining in the second period. And now, finally, we'll take that break from earlier. Vancouver has outshot Edmonton 21-12, but Calvin Pickard several remarkable saves in this second period, including one on Tyler Myers to keep Game 5 tied at 2. The Stanley Cup playoffs are on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
As the excitement heats up on the ice, why not heat things up at home too with Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. There's no better pairing for hockey than hot, delicious pizza delivered right to your door. So whether you're cheering from the arena or your living room, make sure you've got Pizza 73 on your team. Order now and fuel your playoff passion with the perfect pie. Remember, on game nights, don't just watch, deliver with Pizza 73.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The Save of the Game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit AccessInsuranceGroup.com.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Evander Kane opened the scoring for Edmonton in this game 5, 4.5 minutes in. It was his 19th goal as an Oiler in the playoffs. 6th over the last 3 postseasons amongst all Stanley Cup playoff scores. Then Soucy tied it for Vancouver. Janmark quickly untied. It was 2-1 Edmonton after 1. But in the second period, the Canucks have dominated the Oilers, outshooting them 10-1 and tying it up on a goal by Phil DiGiuseppe. 5 1/4 into this second period. McDavid centering Fogle and Perry, and Bouchard a little lackadaisical with that puck down low.
Too soft on pucks from Evan. He's got to be more decisive.
Soucy shoots it in. Pickard sees it turned over by Ekholm. Bluger threw it around the boards, and now Corey Perry on the puck against Connor Garland, playing on his 39th birthday. It was 17 years ago. Perry was in the midst of a postseason cup run with Anaheim as a 22-year-old that culminated with his one and only Stanley Cup, and he's chopped down on the right-hand side. Interference against Vancouver, and that was Corey Perry drawing that call.
Connor was moving, McDavid was moving his feet as well. Got to get one on the power play. Edmonton's 0 for 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was McDavid chopped down. My fault. Yeah, it was a little subtle pick play. Yeah, Perry stumbled too, but it was McDavid who drew the call right in front of the Oiler bench. And Edmonton 5 power plays now tonight.
Well, one was for 27 seconds, but if you're an Oilers partisan, you got to. If you're a Canucks fan, you're not happy with what we're seeing. If you're Edmonton, you're not happy that the power play's 0 for. You got to get one here.
Draisaitl won the draw. Nugent Hopkins to Evan Bouchard, walks the line, high slot, loads it up, then slipped a pass over to McDavid. Did not handle it cleanly, then centered, and Sheloffs will peel it into his equipment with 5:27 to go in the second period. Joshua serving the penalty for interference against Connor McDavid, and in a 2-2 game.
Edmonton isn't sharp. They're not sharp right now. Canucks are hard, firm, direct. That's how Vancouver's played. Edmonton's got to get there.
Canucks came into this game averaging less than 20 shots per game. Already have 21 with 25 minutes still left in it. Draisaitl able to win the faceoff. Hyman in the corner. Lindholm turns, had a chance to clear. Bouchard knocked it down brilliantly, left point. Yeah, the lowest shots on goal per game in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs, Vancouver coming into this one. Lindholm, right-hand side, JT Miller. Tried to fight through McDavid. Crowd wanted an interference call, don't get it. McDavid, having relieved Miller of his stick up the left-hand side for Nugent Hopkins. Gains the line with possession. Put it off the skate. Oman pursuing. Zadorov a wrap-up, but it's played down low by Draisaitl. McDavid tried to center, tipped away from Nugent Hopkins. He's got it left circle. Atco power play at a minute. Shot Bouchard wide. Rebound kicked live off the end boards. Draisaitl with superior position on Cole, able to keep it alive for Nugent Hopkins. Now Zadorov with Hyman getting into his grill. Does not allow him to clear the puck. That was good work by Hyman and Draisaitl to prevent Vancouver from clearing. Now Draisaitl in the high slot. Tried a cross-ice pass that was tipped away by Oman with 36 seconds left in the penalty to Joshua. Chris Knobloch calls for his second unit, and that's Kane, Perry, and McLeod with Nurse and Ekholm.
when you see a power play struggle like this, and it's struggling, they're doing a great job. You got to put pucks to the net. First chance you get, create chaos. I know we're talking about a power play that was 46%, but they are 0 for 4, soon to be 0 for 5. This is a huge win for Vancouver. Oilers keep losing momentum off the power plays, Jack.
McLeod against Lindholm. Edmonton still has only one shot in the period, and we played nearly 16 minutes. McLeod back to Nurse. One-timer. Save made Sheloff. That's shot number 2 of the period. Myers to Pedersen. You wanted a shot. Ekholm drilled one on net. Loose puck around the boards. Roenick could not clear. McLeod tried to tuck it inside. Roenick the steal. Then tried to reverse through Evander Kane, and that did not pan out. Nurse will wind it around the boards. Here's Corey Perry. Still 10 seconds on the power play. McLeod centering pass stolen away. Oilers had no one in the blue paint, and Roenick was able to take it length of the ice and jam it down low behind the Edmonton net. That'll do it. And the Oiler power play is indeed 0 for 5. Nurse up the left-hand side, tipped away to Quinn Hughes. Lead pass, left wing, it's Brock Besser. Change of pace on Ekholm, across to Miller. Middle of the ice, Soucy shoots and a save made by Pickard. And a sure-handed stop by Edmonton's goaltender leaves no rebound for Vancouver. The Canucks have outshot the Oilers 11-2 in this second period and forged a 2-2 tie. Final 3:21 of the second period on deck. This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal, live from Rogers Arena in Vancouver. The Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
3:21 to play, second period, game tied at 2. Face off to Calvin Pickard's right-hand side. He's been peppered, but he stopped 20 of 22. Vancouver had 24 shots in game 1, and not anywhere close to that since. But they've turned up the pressure tonight.
This line's
in
been
game
good.
5. Fourth line out. DiGiuseppe protecting with Podkolzin. In the middle is Oman. A shot by Roenick from the right point is speared by Pickard.
Nice save. That puck had a double deflection. Right now, Vancouver's penalty killing unit, which had been dashed up 5. The Oilers were 5 for 10 through the first 4 games. Canucks PK unit has killed off all 5 Oilers power plays, albeit 127 seconds. They've outworked Edmonton when the Oilers have been on the power play. They're winning draws, and they're grinding. They're boxing Edmonton out. Oilers got to dig in here. Match what the Canucks are bringing.
Lindholm against Draisaitl. 3:06 to go in the second period. Face off, won by Lindholm. Hughes hard to the net. Pressure from Kane in front. Couple of whacks at for Höglander. Blast by Pedersen, redirected wide. Rebound Zadorov. In front to Lindholm. Chiseled it free for Höglander. A dart to Pedersen. High slot Hughes. Back to Pedersen. Right face-off dot. Loads and fires. Save made by Pickard. Holding sway and preserving the 2-2 tie. Hughes, cross ice, reaching forward is Lindholm. Under duress, Cody Ceci draped all over. Shoveled it back to the point. Zadorov stepped up, a two-bouncer, save picker, rebound chip just wide. Canucks a furious flurry, trying for their first lead of the night. Evander Kane to open the scoring, muscles it back to center. Lindholm, lead pass, misfired, intended for Pettersson, stolen by Ceci, and now Kulak rifles it ahead. Holloway right wing, and that was stopped by goaltender Archer Shilovs with 2:11 to play in the second period. Just the third shot of the frame for the Oilers.
Good shot.
2-2. Holloway has been an active guy. He's earned a promotion into the top six. And Derek Ryan is now out with McLeod and Fogle to take the face-off, and it's because, Bob, he's been close to automatic in the circle tonight, where some other Oilers have struggled.
Oilers overall have struggled. You got to give the Canucks credit.
Well, the face-offs are almost even. I mean, 23-20.
But in the series, Vancouver's been the better team. They've scored 3 goals off of ozone face-off wins.
Ryan wins the draw. Fogle inside. Ryan shot one off a skate of Carson Soucy. Now you've got Nurse playing it down low. Fogle to McLeod. One-timer. Ryan denied. Shilovs maybe his best save of the night. Here's Garland. Backhanded up the glass. Oilers already have gotten a goal from Myanmar. Ryan nearly scored another one. Fogle hard to the hole. Can't finish. And a good response by Edmonton after a determined shift by Vancouver. Soucy didn't have a stick, was still able to soccer it up the left-hand side. Desharnais clears it back to center, and Soucy mashes it right back in with 90 seconds to go in this second period. Nurse from Desharnais, right side McLeod. A pivotal Game 5. The winner in a series that's tied at 2 games apiece goes on to win it. Nearly 80% of the time, Oilers almost got called for too many men. When you hear an ooh and ah from Bob, generally that means something was troubling him. Here's Hughes. Up the left-hand side, Besser. Now Myers. 1 minute to play, second period tied at 2. A dart to Besser. Right circle, Suter, a shot and a save made by Pickard, covering up that 5-hole. Hughes tried to jam it down low. McDavid took a big pop from Suter. That was a heavy hit. Hughes, cross ice, Miller, rifled a pass to Besser, left wing. Besser tried to sneak one inside. Bouchard wouldn't let it get through, and now Nugent Hopkins with a soft chip chases Vancouver back. Roenick fires it across. Ready with a puck is Zadorov, and Miller guides it back in with a half minute to go in the second period. The Canucks have outshot the Oilers 17-4 in this second period. And in some respects, Edmonton fortunate to be tied 2-2.
100%.
Here's McDavid dumping it in. Zadorov back in his own zone. Looks up ice. This Vancouver's best game of the postseason. Roenick up the left side. Podkolzin a drive and a save made by Calvin Pickard. Rebound to Holloway. 5 seconds to go in the period. Holloway churning down the right-hand side. A centering pass off a skate at the horn. And the Canucks, despite pelting Calvin Pickard with 29 shots through 2 periods, have to settle for a 2-2 tie. And people are saying, well, I mean, Jack, are you making too much of it? Yeah, they're on the pace for 45. But we're talking about a Vancouver club who entered on a historic low in terms of shots on net. And they're rather, I mean, 29 shots isn't bad through 2 periods, but it matches their playoff high for a game. 29 shots, and that came in a game where they beat the Nashville Predators in the previous series. So easily a series high, and the Oilers, despite getting outshot badly in that period, will settle for a 2-2 tie.
Edmonton's worst period of playoffs.
Yep.
And Vancouver, hard-pressed forecheck, sell it out.
How about Pickard?
He's had a good start here. He's given him a puncher's chance, but the Oilers discombobulated at times under the veracity of the Vancouver Canucks forecheck, and that's what's happened. They're soft chipping, soft dumping pucks in the corner, and the Oilers' defense right now, they're like meat on sticks, and the Canucks are going out there and they are hammering Edmonton. They're forcing turnovers, getting second chance opportunities. If I'm Rick Tocchet, I'm loving what I'm seeing. If I'm Chris Knobloch, now one subtle adjustment late in the period. The Oilers' best 5-on-5 line in round 2 last year against Vegas Oilers finally got a shift together in the final 4 minutes of that period. And that was McLeod, Fogle, and Derek Ryan. They created some good opportunities, 2 good looks. Derek Ryan point blank. I'd say this, Jack, I think Edmonton's lucky. We're tied at 2 here.
I think one of the reasons, this is not, one of the reasons they're tied is they've gotten some useful minutes from other players tonight. And we've been clamoring that all series long.
Yeah.
The problem for Edmonton, especially on the power play, is their top players have been relatively canceled out.
They haven't been very good. It's not that they've been canceled. They've been outworked when they're on the ice, and they got to dig in. I mean, that's the one thing is, McDavid and Draisaitl and Hyman they got another level that they can get to now. Jack, think about how Vancouver scores their goal. The Oilers, we've talked a bit of the joke is the Russian 5 when the Oilers have had McDavid and Draisaitl and Hyman together.
Well, with the accumulation of those minutes, are they starting to take their toll in the latter half of the series?
I don't know, but Bouchard turns the puck over. A bit of a miscommunication with him and McDavid, and an unlucky play for Calvin Pickard. Smart play by Phil Giuseppe. Again, Edmonton is lucky this game is tied at 2 after 2, and I'm sure Chris Knobloch's like, guys, we got to get recalibrated, refocused, match the enthusiasm and the energy that the Canucks are playing way more desperate. They don't want to go to Edmonton down 3-2 if the Oilers are having a chance to close it at home. It's going to be a heck of a third period.
Been a big week for Phil Giuseppe. Missed a couple games to celebrate the birth of a child, and now in his first game back, I guess you could say, christens the new arrival with the game-tying goal in the second period of the all-important Game 5 of this Western Conference semifinal. We are tied at 2 through 40 minutes, and that's despite the fact that Edmonton was outshot by a 17-4 spread as they continue to monkey with the shot clock. It's now officially 28-15 through 2 periods for the Vancouver Canucks. So, 20 minutes to play in regulation. Game on the line. Series on the line. This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal. Reed and Rob are next with further analysis, and you're listening to it live from Vancouver, BC, and Rogers Arena, the Oilers Radio Network.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 630 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
Where Edmonton stays informed and entertained.
Today and every day. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Suter to JT Miller, centering pass, Besser, hands off, one-timer, what a save, Pickard, kicked out the right pad denied, Tyler Myers shoveled it back to the point, Zadorov stepped up, a 2-bouncer, save, Pickard, rebound chip just wide. Canucks a furious flurry, trying for their first lead of the night.
Well, Calvin Pickard, the best and busiest Oiler in that second period. He stopped 16 out of 17 Vancouver shots, takes you into the highlight zone for Century Casinos, all in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winter zone. Philip DiGiuseppe scored the only goal of the period. It's 2-2 after 2. Rob Brown, complete domination by the Vancouver Canucks.
It was, and Bob said it at the end of the period, that the Oilers very lucky to be tied. This is a game that the Canucks have been the better team. That period by a superior margin. This is a game, I mean, the shots are, what are they right now? 28-15 in favor of the Canucks, and the Oilers have had 5 power plays. And the Canucks have been more desperate. They've been more physical. They've been quicker. It just was, that was probably the best period that I've seen the Vancouver Canucks play all playoffs long. I mean, from start to finish. They were rewarded with one goal. The only thing, we've talked about this many times, where the Oilers have dominated a period and they come out even in the period, and you're like, well, you want to get rewarded more than that, because now the other team just one bounce away from turning it back the other direction. So the Canucks didn't get rewarded probably for as well as they played. And to me, in this game, the Edmonton Oilers have got Calvin Pickard has been outstanding, and the Oilers' fourth line have been very, very good. The rest of the team has looked a little off.
Yeah, just wave after wave from the Canucks in that period. Edmonton did have a couple of power plays. They're 0 for 5 in the game. Vancouver's 0 for 3, so that's a big story as well. So Elias Peterson was called for charging against Warren Foegele. So the charging rule, the very first sentence of the rule, which really sums up why it was called, a major or minor penalty shall be imposed on a player who skates, jumps into or charges an opponent in any manner. So even though Pettersson was not moving at the time, because he jumped to meet Fogel's hit, that's why they gave him the penalty.
Yeah, we see it all the time. Maybe not as high a jump that Pettersson had there. I don't like that call. I didn't like the call that they made on the McDavid where he was going wide on Joshua, and Joshua got a piece of him. But the referees have become a factor in this game. They are calling a number of calls in this game. The Kane slash that Zadorov went down. Zadorov went down because he missed the puck. I mean, again, it's the stick was there, but the things that they've let go, and then the calls that they're making, I can see why there's frustration on both teams throughout this night. And you've seen both teams going over, talking to the referees like, hey, what's going on here? The referees, unfortunately, this game have become noticed, and you don't want that.
Yeah, I had to look up the charging rule, but then when I looked it up, I thought, okay, I guess that they called it because of the jump, but it was certainly an unusual charging call. But I mean, I can see what the referee sees to enforce the rule.
I see. I didn't know that rule. I wouldn't call that. Although I do give credit to Pettersson. He's been noticeable tonight. Rick Tocchet called out their young superstar, and tonight he's been good. This has been his best game of the series. 3 or 4 times he had good looks on Calvin Pickard, and give Pickard credit. He's made himself big in the net and play shots that I think Pettersson are thinking, okay, I hit my spot. He's not, because Pickard is there. So Calvin Pickard, to me, was the story 2 days ago or 3 days ago when he was put in net, has become the focal story tonight for the Edmonton Oilers because of Calvin Pickard. The Edmonton Oilers are going into the third period with a chance to win a hockey game.
How do the Oilers turn it around? I mean, they barely did anything in that period.
Well, they got to get a forecheck going. The line that have had the most success, or the line that has had the most success, has been the Oilers' fourth line. And all they've done is just played simple hockey, throw the pucks in deep, and make the Vancouver big defensemen turn and chase it. When you start trying to beat the big defensemen at the blue line, their reach is so long that you think you're by them and they just hit the puck off your stick. But where big players have a little bit more trouble is turning and chasing. And when you saw the fourth line with Brown and Ryan and Janmark get the pucks in deep, they got a forecheck going. So to me, if you're going to want to get something going in this third period, chip the puck behind the Vancouver defenseman, chip it into a corner, make them chase it. And that's where you'll get them turning the puck over. Because right now the Vancouver Canucks have done everything right, and the Edmonton Oilers look a little bit lost, a little bit tired, and maybe the big minutes some of their players played in the last few games are starting to catch up to them. And the one thing that we talked about in the last little while, if you're going to play the Oilers power play, you've got to be aggressive. It's your only chance. Tonight, the Vancouver Canucks are very aggressive on the Oilers power play, and the Oilers are 0 for 5 on it.
Yeah, and they're just all over McDavid. I mean, there was even a power play when McDavid passed it, and the Canuck player just went and finished his check. I mean, you're leaving the Oilers a 4-on-3, but they're just very physical with McDavid.
100%. That was Zadorov, and he made sure if they've got an opportunity to finish the check on Connor, they're going to, and they have been all night long. And again, we've talked about this in the LA series. Running Drew Doughty early in the series, it is one thing. As the series moves on, he starts to get tired. His legs start to tire. The constant physical play of the opposition over and over and over again takes its toll. And that's what the Vancouver Canucks right now are trying to do with Connor McDavid. Every time he touches the puck, hit him. A guy plays 25 minutes a night. Eventually, it's going to catch up to him a bit.
Okay, well, it is 2-2, despite how badly the Oilers were outplayed in the second period. For Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
From your home to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Days after police took down an encampment at a pro-Palestinian rally at the University of Alberta, the chief appeared at the Edmonton Police Commission meeting to speak to the response. However, instead of being held at City Hall, the meeting was moved online due to safety concerns. Former U of A student Vahida Marabani told the commission, quote, "You all feel unsafe while surrounded by heavy security guards throughout City Hall. Try feeling safe when police are swinging batons at your heads," unquote. An 86-year-old man with dementia has gone missing in a city. Bruce Lee was last seen yesterday afternoon near Steinhauer Park at 31st Avenue and 106th Street wearing a green jacket and carrying 2 green reusable shopping bags. You'll find his picture in the story on our website at 630ched.com. And Alberta RCMP say they have linked a now-dead serial sex offender and known killer to the deaths of 4 young women from the 1970s. Mounties will be holding a news conference tomorrow here in Edmonton to reveal the details. News on demand at 630ched.com.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking. Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101-23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit kepleracademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
On the Pizza 73 scoreboard, Pizza 73 official pizza, the Edmonton Oilers, the New York Rangers move on. They win Game 6 over the Hurricanes 5-3. Chris Kreider had a hat trick in that game. So Oilers Canucks Game 6 will be Saturday's only game. It'll start at 6 o'clock here at Rogers Place. Somebody's going to have a 3-2 series lead. Still got to figure that out. Game 5 is 2-2 after 2. Jack and Bob coming up. Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
We bring you back to our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Game 5 of this Western Conference semifinal with the best-of-7 series tied at 2 games apiece. The game is tied at 2. The Oilers have been here before. In fact, last year, Game 5 on the road in Vegas, led 2-1 at one point, as they did in this game. Lost the game 4-3, and 48 hours later, we're shaking hands. Has Edmonton learned? And can it apply lessons here in this third period? Coming off a period, Vancouver's best of the series, Edmonton's worst. The Canucks outshot the Oilers 17-4. We're set for the third. Miller and McDavid. With the game and potentially the series hanging in the balance, the puck is dropped and it's shot in by Ekholm as McDavid won the draw. The Oilers pour in left to right. It has not been McDavid's best game through 2 periods, but 20 minutes still remains.
Hyman got high stick, Jack. He's checking his jibs.
Lead pass, Ekholm. It was not called. Hyman tried to duck to the inside. Couldn't. Second effort, muscled it toward the net. Miller hoists it back the other way. Batted down by Bouchard. Lost the handle to Pius Suter. He's with Besser into the corner. JT Miller. Hard rim around the boards. Ian Cole on his backhand. Opening minute, third period. Game tied at 2. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Canucks have not led at any point in this game, despite outshooting the Oilers 28-15 tonight. By far, their best game in terms of shot differential of not only this series, but the playoffs as a whole, including Nashville. Shielded from the puck was Holloway on a left wing feed. No ice, and Sheloff's with a turnover and a centering pass. Kane fell down. Desharnais shot. It was blocked in front. Lindholm didn't get it out. Shot by Nurse. Saved Sheloff's. Rebound Dylan Holloway. And on the puck and bringing it the other way is Elias Lindholm. Canucks have numbers. Pettersson to Lindholm. Across. Shot. Cole. Save made. Calvin Pickard. Pettersson fires. Block shot. And a painful one by Nurse. He is hobbled. Hughes waiting. Shooting. Tipped in front. Nurse back on his feet, and it's waved out by Kane. Cole backhands it ahead for Pettersson. Nurse, it was just a stinger. He'll labor to get off the ice as he kicks it over to Desharnais. He played through one that time. Minute 40 gone by in the third. Sent up live hop off the boards. Perry fires off the side of the net. Corey Perry tonight moving into 17th all-time in games played in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The most among active players with 206. A shot sent wide. Here's Cody Ceci on the puck. Fires, and that pinballed into the corner. Kulak to McLeod. One-timer just wide. Rebound. Big hop off the boards. No one there. And Hughes will send it over to Garland. He's checked off the puck by Fogle. Now Bluger will kick it back for Carson Soucy. And Vancouver a reset here with 2.5 gone by in the third period. Tension palpable at Rogers Arena with a game tied at 2. Here's Ekholm around the board. Series tied at 2. Game 5 tied at 2. So much on the line. Bouchard to Ekholm. Heavy pressure by Vancouver. Oman, his fourth line, has had a good night. Di Giuseppe the tying goal. Oman and Podkolzin trying to extract from Matthias Janmark, who has his first goal tonight since February 26th for Edmonton. Ekholm takes the puck for Bouchard up the left-hand side. Beautiful feed. Derek Ryan to the net. Checked off the puck by Zadorov. Stayed with it and continues the cycle with Brown and Janmark. Plucked off the dashers by Ian Cole and a clear to Pius Suter. He'll fire a pass right wing. Miller couldn't get a shot away. Kulak was right there to deny any opportunity. Soucy, high slot shot, tipped away by Connor Brown. Pius Suter on the puck for Vancouver. He'll send it over to Miller. Kicked it out. Tyler Myers robbed by Pickard back in the second period, and here his pass tipped inadvertently out of the zone by Besser. Myers from the blue line sends one skipping toward the Edmonton net, and a reverse kind of kick to the right forced Pickard to fall on it as Besser was buzzing inside. 16:23 remaining in the third. Game 5 is tied at 2.
Oilers have had a couple chances here in the third to get it to Lynette. Again, I don't know how good Sheloffs is at picking up pucks through screens. I don't know how good his tracking is. But the Oilers haven't spent enough time in the Vancouver D-zone.
Well, we didn't have much of a book on him coming in with 9 NHL regular season games and a few against Nashville. Here's a shot redirected, and somehow Pickard kept the puck out. We've got a penalty called on Kulak. Pickard stopped one from the point. Edmonton had to take a penalty. This will be Vancouver's 4th power play of the night early in the third.
How many face-off losses is Edmonton going to have?
Right in front, Höglander had a wide-open net and banged it off the post. Pickard redirected off of Ceci, and Höglander drilled it right off the pipe. And he had a wide-open net.
The Elias Lindholm trade for Vancouver flipped the switch in their depth at center. He's on their first unit. He's taken a ton of draws. He's scored some big goals.
And it didn't pay off really in the regular season, but rumors. It has in this series.
Yeah.
There were rumors he might get moved again. Derek Ryan against J.T. Miller. Face off right side of Pickard. Vancouver 0 for 3 on the power play tonight. 3 for 15 in the series. And Ekholm off the draw will whistle it down the right-hand side. Ekholm out there with Derek Ryan, Vinny Desharnais, and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. That's your Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. 4 minutes gone in the third. Here's Hughes. Vancouver has not led at any point tonight. Lindholm could not get it in. Miller across to Besser. He'll carry it into the zone against Desharnais. Chipped it back to Hughes. Cross ice. Besser watches Miller. Pettersson back to Miller. Shot denied. Point blank by Pickard. He's been terrific tonight. He's got 30 saves. He got a little lucky on the Höglander shot, but that was a ricochet that went right to Höglander. He would have had no chance.
Dreisaitl's going to take a left side draw here.
Niels Höglander will be thinking about that one for a long time after tonight's game, especially if Vancouver should lose.
Draisaitl out there for diesel draw. He was over 60% a year ago.
Off the face-off. Win for Lindholm. Hughes. Draisaitl out there with Nurse Ceci. A blast by Besser, ricocheted out of play. Janmark, the other penalty killer, out for the Edmonton Oilers.
Jack, look at the struggles Edmonton's having just as a result. They're winning all the draws, Vancouver, and so they got puck possession on teams.
Well, Well, it's also, I think, the timeliness of the draws, Bob, because the percentages for the game are not that lopsided in Vancouver's favor.
Special teams, they're winning them.
Another one by Miller against Derek Ryan, who's been good tonight. Quinn Hughes across to Elias Pettersson. Now Besser, left circle. One-timer Hughes, and that was blocked in front, and the rebound clubbed down the ice by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and Vancouver's power play dwindles down to a minute. McLeod and Fogle have come on for the Oilers on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, joined by Ekholm and Desharnais. Hughes weaving his way through the neutral zone. Elias Pettersson gains the line. Offense has dried up for him in the last 20-some-odd games. Miller tried to jam it over to Hughes, taken away by Fogle. Short-handed chance. Fogle to the net with a backhander, and that glanced off the side of the net. Shelovs might have gotten a piece. McLeod will kick it back to Desharnais, and it's tossed back into the Vancouver zone, and that'll chase the top unit off for the Canucks. 20 seconds left in the penalty to Kulak. Here's Hughes into the zone, trailed by Connor Brown. Hughes knows he's there, curls a pass back to Pius Suter, challenged by Janmark. To the point for Connor Garland, who had 20 during the regular season. Garland gliding behind the net. One-timer ripped wide, and Miller wanted that badly, but blasted it well wide of the mark, clattered off the boards all the way down the ice, and that's all for the Vancouver power play. Canucks have had it, let it down tonight. I mean, they just have not converted. They're 0 for 4. Penalty kill has been good, but their power play hasn't banged in one. And that was crucial, remember, in their Game 3 win in Edmonton. They got 2 on the power play. Soucy will smack it down low. Garland against Ekholm. Short side, Joshua wrap around Garland, kicked out by Calvin Pickard. Another quality save, pushing hard with that right skate against the post. And a clear by the Oilers up the left-hand side.
That was close, Jack. I mean,
Bluger drops it off for Garland, ducks inside to the net, still loose, and Ekholm was able to prevent a shot as Garland went sprawling. And now the other way come the Edmonton Oilers. Here's a change by McDavid and a backhander on net. Shelovs makes the save. Vancouver's Phil DiGiuseppe bounces it through the middle, charges it in on net. Pickard played it off his body, and now DiGiuseppe will control in the corner. But Colson around to Roenick, and here's another of those fourth line for Vancouver against top line for Edmonton shifts. But Colson lost the handle to Dylan Holloway, who makes a mistake, takes an icing call with 12:56 to play in the third, and the game tied at 2. Vancouver has outshot Edmonton by a 2-1 margin, 34-17, and yet Game 5 remains deadlocked. Face-off coming to Pickard's right-hand side. Calvin Pickard, 32 years of age, starting back-to-back games in the NHL for the first time in more than 3 years. He's got 32 stops. Pettersson bowled over off the face-off, and Draisaitl kind of a finishing cross-check up the right-hand side. Holloway out there. He'll peel off along with McDavid and Draisaitl. Line change for Edmonton. Hughes from center ice will shoot it in for Vancouver. Kulak on it. Attempts to clear. Pettersson knocked it down. Came back to him. Right circle. Feeds Hughes. No shot. Spins. High slot. No lane. Holloway chokes it off. Hughes still controlling and now shooting. And Holloway stayed right with him. Blocked the shot. Höglander, who banged one off the goalpost moments ago. Lindholm from behind the net. Serves it up for Hughes. Left point. Shot redirected wide of Pickard. And that was Dakota Joshua in front. Holloway, right-hand side, looking for Nugent-Hopkins. Broken up. Holloway will wait for his line mates to get back on side and fire from the blue line. A save for Shelovs and a pickup for Vancouver's Philip Roenick. Ducks around Corey Perry, bumped in by J.T. Miller, and actually that hopped over the short glass. And so the face-off will come out to neutral ice when we come back. 11:53 to play in the third. A token gathering in the corner, and some pushing and shoving involving Desharnais and Roenick. We'll step aside from Rogers Arena. This is the third period of Game 5 of this Western Conference semifinal. The game tied at 2. The series tied at 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big-dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Edmonton, get ready to meet Traveland RV. The Trailblazer RV location in Atchison is now Traveland RV, Western Canada's trusted name in recreation since 1977. Celebrate our grand opening and find up to 50% off MSRP during our huge liquidation sale. That's right, 50% off. Select in-stock 2022 and 2023 models. Brands you know like KZ, Venture, Brinkley, Rockwood, New Camp, and Northern Light. Edmonton's new name in recreation. Traveland RV in Atchison. TravelandRV.ca. Simply unbeatable.
All games, all seasons.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
From our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Game 5, Western Conference semifinal. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Game 5 is tied at 2. The shot's 34-18 Vancouver, but Calvin Pickard, a gritty performance in net. Draisaitl against Elias Pettersson. And a face-off won by Draisaitl out there with Holloway and Kane. Desharnais and Nurse trade the puck in their own zone. Edmonton left to right. In this third period, a lead pass will turn into an icing call. And now Vancouver and Ozone draw. And Bob, I think you and I would be remiss if we did not acknowledge our neighbors to the east. Moose Jaw, first time in 40 years as a Western Hockey League franchise winning the title.
Well, they got a lot of good players. Dayton Matejchuk, the Columbus first-rounder. Braden Yeager, Pittsburgh first-rounder.
Teddy Bluger lining up against Leon Draisaitl. And off the draw, quick shot belted wide by Connor Garland. Tried to sneak in there and catch Pickard napping. Didn't hit the net. Nurse did not get it out. Joshua looking to protect. Set 4 goals and 8 points in the playoffs. A highly productive third liner. Who earlier this year, of course, broke his hand. Connor Garland behind the net, peering inside. Nowhere to go, out to Hughes. His shot blocked by Holloway, who's done a good job on Hughes the last couple of times. And here's Kane up the left-hand side. That's Holloway right wing. He doesn't know that position that well, and having to deal with Hughes as a left defenseman. Good work by Dylan Holloway. In the meantime, Connor Garland dumps it in as Evander Kane took a pop on the other side of that forecheck. Now Kane lifts one inside the Vancouver line. Ceci skates into it and fires on net. And a jittery save made by Shelox. Rebound to Tyler Myers, hard up the wall, and now dashing after it is Di Giuseppe, flying in, short side, and he put it over the net. Rebound, Carson Soucy, who has the other Vancouver goal tonight, a clear by Edmonton back towards center. Ian Cole to Soucy, sent in deep. Canucks get it in. Brown looking to clear, he does. Warren Fogle, change of pace against Cole. A shot wired high and wide, careened off the boards, but Colson able to make certain of a clear to Omond, who now from center ice starts up ice. Fogle works his way back into the play, forces it free for Bouchard, who took a heavy hit, but got it to Kulak, and it's chipped off the boards and out. Cole will take it from Besser and then kick it back to Philip Roenick. Cole starts up ice, snaps it in from center. Round the boards, Ekholm, 9:45 to play in the third. Knocked down by Myers, he's forced to back off. Pitchforked in by Nugent Hopkins, snared by Cole and put back on Myers' stick. 6'8" Myers up the middle. It's JT Miller back to Myers, down the seam, but taken away and cleared by Zach Hyman. A bouncing puck corralled by Soucy. Popped off his stick by McDavid, trying to bust through a couple of Canucks. Pedersen freed it up for Suter, and it's turned back to center. Ekholm waiting for his team to get back on side. He'll shoot it in. McDavid changes. Roenick soft to the middle. Lindholm. Pedersen on the breakout right to left for Vancouver. Poke checked off his stick. Elias Pettersson with the crowd urging him on. Cognizant of his mighty struggles over the last 2 months. Hughes against Janmark down low. Less than 9 to play. Edmonton, a golf up the left-hand side and out of play into the Oiler bench. And that'll bring the face-off back inside the Edmonton blue line with 8:52 to play in the third period. We'll take time out from Rogers Arena. This is Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinal, the Stanley Cup playoffs. You can find them right here. The Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Edmonton. Rogers wants you to stay connected to your Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
Catch every goal on Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network with Rogers 5G mobile plans. To learn more, visit rogers.com/5G. That's rogers.com/5G.
The Brick and the Edmonton Oilers both started right here in Edmonton back in the 70s. And we know nothing is more exciting than playoff hockey. We're next to you in the stands, painted blue and orange, cheering our hearts out. And when we're not there, we're in our stores, making sure you have everything you need to cheer them on in your home. We're proud of this city and its rich sports history. The Brick, supporting the Edmonton Oilers and fans right from the beginning. Let's go, Oilers.
Even though your 20s are behind you, you still get to have firsts. Like the first time your knee hurts after a morning run. Or the first time you felt certain muscles after a workout. Whatever your pain, Advil Liquid Gels are here for these firsts. Advil Liquid Gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains. So you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Oilers on a defensive zone face-off send out McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman 5-on-5 with Ekholm and Bouchard. That was the 5-man unit that carried Edmonton to victory in Game 2 in this building. Bouchard, both game-winning goals in this series. 19,000 fans swinging the white handkerchiefs, trying to urge the Canucks into a 3-2 lead in the game and into a 3-2 lead in the series. Miller won the face-off from McDavid. He's got the puck, kicked it back. Draisaitl the steal, and here comes Zach Hyman. Chips it in against Carson Soucy. Wrap-up situation along the end boards. Canucks carefully get it out. Brock Besser hits JT Miller. Ekholm back defensively. Miller bumped off the puck immediately by Ekholm. McDavid scoots it up for Leon Draisaitl. To the middle of the ice, Bouchard. All of a sudden, 3-on-2. Bouchard fires and a save made. Sheloffs as Bouchard had notions of a third game-winning goal in this series. He got the winner with 38 seconds left on Tuesday night at Edmonton to pull Edmonton even in this series. And now the Oilers, as we talked about, Bob, trying to put Vancouver behind for the first time since mid-December. Oilers lost Game 5 in Vegas last year, but they also won a Game 5 against Los Angeles last year. Closed out the series and were closed out. So there, the math added up. The year prior, Edmonton lost Game 5 to LA on home ice, recovered to win Game 6 and 7. So
Tyson Berry, Game 6.
Yes. 80% of the time, series tied at 2. Game 5 winner wins the series. So you'd, of course, love to play the percentages. Joshua off the draw, chipping and charging in for Vancouver. McDavid tugs it free, puts it up the right-hand side for Zach Hyman. He's checked hard by Soucy, got it in deep. Draisaitl will be ridden out of the play by Myers. Pedersen up the right-hand side, swatted out by Lindholm. And now left for Soucy by Joshua. Line change Vancouver, 7:50 to play in the hockey game. Edmonton will change its top unit as well. Here's a lead pass for Bouchard, bumped in by Evander Kane. McLeod takes a peek. Does Corey Perry have some veteran magic? Cuts behind the net, around front, and a save made by Artie Sheloffs. And an excellent chance for Corey Perry playing on his 39th birthday. But Sheloffs makes a critical stop with 7.5 to go.
That was a great move by Corey Perry.
He went right inside of Quinn Hughes, and Sheloffs prevented what would have been the go-ahead goal for Edmonton. Remember, Vancouver has not led in tonight's game at any point.
And the Canucks were lucky that puck didn't deflect off the stick of Di Giuseppe, who was back in support defensively and going to the net.
So now, McLeod sets up for the face-off. Kane between the circles. Perry on the left half boards. Nurse and Desharnais stationed at the points. Bluger against McLeod to the right of Sheloffs. Game 5 tied at 2, 7.5 to go. Puck dropped. McLeod won it. Nurse looks and then winds it down low for Perry again. In a fierce battle with Zadorov. The puck comes free and played up the left wing boards by Bluger. Zadorov turns and flips one high in the air. Whoa. Picked up at center by Connor Garland. McLeod needed a stick on the fly. He got it. And Desharnais beat Garland to the spot. Bluger right corner. Cole trying to get inside on Kane. Kept alive. Bluger turns and floats one over to Garland. From the left corner, tried to change a pace on Nurse. The wide-ranging D-man. A blast by Zadorov wide, and then eluded Di Giuseppe on the rebound. Cole gives it up for Zadorov. In the midst of a line change, he looks for Di Giuseppe and missed him. Picked off Desharnais to Perry, and now Ceci drops it off the board. Zadorov up to Di Giuseppe. He'll slide it in deep. Oman and Podkolzin in on the forecheck with 6.5 to go. The Oilers chip it up the right-hand side. They've got Nugent Hopkins on the ice with Holloway and Fogle against Vancouver's fourth line. Di Giuseppe bumped it up the right-hand side. Fogle backhands one over to Ceci down the middle. Kulak splits defenders. Couldn't get the shot off. And then when he tried to center, that was blocked away. Fogle back on it. One-timer ripped wide. What a look for McDavid in the slot. Ceci, did he hold the zone? No. Wow. Connor McDavid, the Edmonton captain, a point-blank look. And he fired wide with 6:05 remaining. Game 5 remains tied at 2. That was some pass by Fogle.
Right there for Connor. Oh, wow. Derek Ryan late in the second period, and McDavid here in the third with two of the best chances. And there haven't been a lot of them. It's been mostly the Canucks tonight.
Although the Oilers have reeled off the last 4 shots on goal here. They've been out-hit 40-19. They've been outshot 34-21. And yet Calvin Pickard, as Bob talked about, more than a puncher's chance. He's played tremendous in net. Besser to Suter. Up the right-hand side, J.T. Miller against Connor McDavid. Miller protects the puck and eventually winds it back down low, but no one was home, and Draisaitl will scoop it back to McDavid. He's reunited with McDavid and Hyman 5-on-5. McDavid a shot, and he missed high glove. So Chris Knobloch for the second time here down the stretch in the third, going McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman 5-on-5 with Bouchard and Ekholm the D pair. Suter won a battle up the left-hand side. Here's Besser with Ekholm back. He backs his way in. He shimmies. He shakes and backhands it down low. Höglander, who hit a post earlier. Draisaitl launches up the left-hand side, and that's skipped out of play with 5:12 left in regulation. We will take one final timeout over this regular regulation 60-minute game. Edmonton, Vancouver. What a titanic battle. 4 consecutive one-goal games to begin the series. A 5th seems in the offing. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey pulsating playoffs on the Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
So now you've got Draisaitl, Foegele, and Nugent-Hopkins on the ice. Face off to Pickard's left. Crowd on its feet. 19,000 plus, and Draisaitl won it cleanly from Lindholm. Nurse did not get it out initially, but Nugent-Hopkins will. Spooning it back through center, and Draisaitl will change. Zadorov fires it back in for Vancouver, but hit his own man, Höglander. And now it's tossed in deep. Holloway has returned with Nugent-Hopkins and Foegele on this line. So Chris Knobloch is definitely finishing this game 5-on-5 with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman, and an icing call whistled against Vancouver, and that will allow Edmonton's top 5 to come back onto the ice, and that's McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman, Bouchard, and Ekholm. They won game 2 in this building. Can they do it again? Face-off, right side of Sheelovs. Edmonton looking for a 3-2 lead in the game and in the series. Right now it's tied. 2-2 in both. Hyman off the draw. Along the end boards. Lindholm knifes it ahead for Pettersson. Angled up the boards a second time. Losing the handle. Höglander got it for Pettersson. Stripped from behind by Connor McDavid. Bouchard down the right-hand side. Hyman run into by Tyler Myers. Chiseled free by Carson Soucy and cleared ahead to Pius Suter by JT Miller. Here comes Vancouver. 3-on-2 if they want it. Myers, that was a rather conservative look for the Canucks, Bob. They had a 3-on-2, didn't really take it. Draisaitl, after the dump in from Myers, ahead for Hyman. McDavid sets him a screen, and now Hyman tries to pull it around Tyler Myers, who reels him in, pancakes him against the end boards, and now McDavid hard on the forecheck. Trying to carve it out of there. It's JT Miller. Raking at it is Soucy. Finally, it comes free to Brock Besser. He finds Pius Suter. Up to center ice, and he's dropped. Vancouver has not had a shot on net for the last 6 minutes. Miller trying to change that with a slap shot that's deflected out of play by Kulak with 3.5 to go in this third period, and the game still tied at 2.
Oilers have not been able to generate a lot here with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman so far.
But Vancouver, I mean, honestly, Bob, they played a good game. But
they played a really good game.
Their offense has dried up over the last 6-7 minutes. They haven't done anything either.
This is the best game they've played all series. Hard, firm, direct.
Blueger with Garland and Joshua. This was a line that really helped Vancouver out in that middle third of the season where they took over the Pacific Division. Bluger against Ryan. And then they were broken up when Joshua broke his hand and not reunited until tonight. Ryan's going to be chased out.
Doesn't have a second centerman on the ice here.
So it'll be Bluger against Connor Brown,
who is a righty.
3:34 to go in the third. Game 5 tied at 2. Bluger won the faceoff. Hughes whipped it around the boards. Joshua bodied up by Kulak. Kept it alive in the corner. Bluger ducked in there. Garland wants that puck. Instead, it's out to Roenick. Over to Quinn Hughes. Roenick high slot shot. And that ricocheted into the far corner for Ceci. Plays it up the wall, but not strong enough. Roenick put it around the boards. Garland digging in against Kulak. Kept it alive for now. And then chip past Quinn Hughes by Matthias Janmark. Hughes will turn it back into the Vancouver offensive zone. Bluger and Garland this time again. Janmark winning a battle with Brown over the line. A shot and a save. Shilov's forced to squeeze it. Boy, but Janmark has given the Oilers some good minutes tonight on the kill. He scored a goal, 2-on-1 in a 5-on-5 situation. And there he forces Shilov to freeze it. So it's an O-zone draw for Edmonton with 2:50 to play. And Game 5 still tied at 2.
Well, he shot through the screen there in Myers, and Shilov's had to fight that one off.
Well, that's a screen, isn't it?
Yeah,
6'8".
It's a big screen, but it's a smart play.
Yes.
And he went right to the net to draw the face-off.
Won the face-off against Pedersen. Here's Desharnais. A shot floats wide. Rebound to Vander Kane. Fired off the skate of Myers and a swing and a miss. And then the Canucks bobble it back. Here's a drive. Kane and guided to the corner by Shilovs. Another shot, Kane. And another save for Shilovs. And now the Canucks fail to clear. Myers to Perry. Inside. And it's picked up by Evander Kane. Oilers looking for the lead. Centering pass intercepted by Zadorov. From behind, McLeod can't get to him. Pedersen. Hoglander looked offside. Nurse ahead to McLeod. And the Oilers 2-on-2. McLeod to Kane. Sharp angle. Couldn't get a shot away. Lindholm one-hands it safely out to center. Kulak will leave for Ceci with 2 minutes to play in the third period. Game 5 remains tied at 2. A dump in for the Oilers. Roenick will leave it. Mishandled by Hughes. Stolen by Nugent-Hopkins. Warren Fogle driving. Taken down by Hughes. Pops back up on his backhand. Sends it out to the point where it'll be intercepted by JT Miller. Tried a change of pace against Kulak and nothing happened. Right corner offensive zone. Miller goes after it himself. Squeezed out by Ceci. In the circle, picked up by Nugent-Hopkins. Driving down the left-hand side with a shot. Deflected wide of Shilovs. Big rebound. Fogle. Next goal might win it here. Besser up the middle. Suter with 1:25 to play in regulation. Sends it in deep. Teddy Bluger against Ekholm. Crowded in the corner. Bluger checked off the puck. Tried to get inside. Oilers have won a game in overtime and with 39 seconds to go. That's why we're tied at 2. Here's Garland. More late game heroics in the offing. Garland taken off his feet. Couldn't get a shot away. Nugent-Hopkins will jam it off the glass and out. Now, Leon Draisaitl picks it up with 1 minute to go. Fires! And that was deflected out of play by Roenick as he entered the zone. But now the Oilers have their top unit on and presumably fairly fresh with 55 seconds remaining in regulation. Game 5 is tied at 2. And you've got McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman, Ekholm, and Bouchard trying to win it right here, right now, and give Edmonton a 3-2 lead in the series. Heading back to home ice for Game 6. Saturday night, it's official, 6 o'clock at Rogers Place.
Oilers have given up 3 goals off of face-off losses in the series. They have not scored a goal off a face-off win. This would be an opportune time.
Most opportune. Draisaitl off the draw. Lindholm won it. Soucy up the left-hand side. Miller, good play off the half wall. Here's Pedersen, and he bobbled the puck as he came over the line. He's been snake-bitten for some time now. Hyman back through center. Myers golfed it back in. Pedersen tipped it free for Lindholm. Waiting, centering, redirected, rebound, score! JT Miller! The puck went right to Miller off the post, and Miller scored with 32 seconds to play. 3-2 Vancouver. First lead of the night for the Canucks.
Darnell Nurse had just hopped on the ice as Ekholm had gone off, and the puck he didn't play the puck. Ekholm hopped off the ice. They poached it up high, and then Nurse didn't go right away to his man. Gave up too much time and space. They direct won a goal, and Miller beats Connor McDavid back to the front of the net. It's a good goal.
Centering pass by Lindholm went off a skate, off the post, and then banged in by JT Miller. Back bar and out. The funny thing is, Pettersson kicks it off the goalpost. If that had gone in,
it would not have
no goal. So the post actually favored Vancouver there. 32 seconds. No timeout here, Bob. So the Oilers are going to play it straight up. 3-2 with 32 seconds to play.
Now Edmonton's going to take someone's seconds.
Well, they're checking time. JT Miller hearing 19,000 people
it
call his
almost
name.
looked like Nurse and Bouchard were indecisive as to who should play Lindholm. They didn't. Now I think we're going to see a timeout from Edmonton.
Well, Pickard's still in the pipes. Chris Knobloch wants a conversation with Dan O'Rourke.
What's going on here?
We going to have a challenge for offside? They're discussing something, and
well, it's worth taking the risk. Well, let us know what's happening here.
There's been no official announcement. Well, they've put 0.7 of a second back on the clock. That was the initial thing we thought we were checking. Yeah, it's a goal. They were just making sure of the time. And Chris Knobloch is fine with that because, of course, he's trying to buy as much time for those players who were on the ice when the goal was scored against.
I'm not sure
why you're not taking a timeout here.
Also, why is Pickard even in the goal?
32 seconds left. Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman off the draw. McDavid, the puck muscle free. Miller pitchforks it toward the Edmonton net. Gloved by Pickard and left for Darnell Nurse, who's out there with Bouchard. Here comes Edmonton looking at time. Draisaitl with a poke check. McDavid gets it in deep. 15 seconds to go. Susie hard up the boards. Bouchard tried to center. Intercepted. Cleared by Lindholm. Down the left-hand boards. 8 seconds to go. Ekholm at center ice. Hits the Vancouver line. Shot. Blocker to the corner. Time will run out.
It's offside. Edmonton was offside with more than 0.4 seconds left. They're offside with about a second and a half left. Leon couldn't straddle the line. It's going to be academic.
Neutral zone face-off. They'll presumably put another second back on the clock, but Vancouver seems certain of a victory that will push Edmonton to the brink. JT Miller with 32.6 on the clock, picking up a shot, a centering pass that went off Pettersson's skate, and then the goalpost went right to Miller, and he buried it.
Well, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman on the ice, Jack, for 2 even strength goals against in this game.
3.2 they put back on here. Miller won the faceoff, rifled it down the right-hand side, and that's it. Game over. Vancouver 3, Edmonton 2 in Game 5, and the Oilers have been pushed to the brink by the Canucks. Miller, the game-winning goal from Lindholm and Pettersson at 19:27. And for the second time in this series, Connor McDavid held off the score sheet. The Canucks win a game where depth decided the first 45-50 minutes. The depth players rose to the fore. Then down the stretch, Miller makes the game-winning play for Vancouver. Yes, he needed a bounce, but the Canucks, man up against Edmonton's best 5 players, got the nod.
They won the game on special teams. That's when they won the game tonight.
And it was a saw-off.
It was a saw-off, and Edmonton's...
And that's a win for Vancouver.
It's a win for Vancouver. Edmonton's got a dominant power play. They kept losing draws. They kept losing draws, and they kept getting outworked on the power play. The Canucks were way more aggressive on the PK, and way more aggressive with Edmonton's defense. And as a result, you might assert, despite a great goaltending performance tonight from Calvin Pickard.
I thought it was terrific. And think about it, Bob. Yet another goal late against Pickard isn't really a clean goal. It's off a skate. Yeah. It's off a post, right to Miller. No chance for Pickard.
Just a quick change from Ekholm to Bouchard, and that seemed to give the Oilers were trying to complete the change, and then Nurse went back to.
Do you think it caused some confusion?
Yes. There was to me, it looked like there was a half-second delay, and Lindholm just put a hope pass in front. Pettersson kicked at it, and then McDavid got beat back to the front of the net by Miller. But let's think of this game, Jack. 2-1 game for Edmonton after one, in a period which was even, but the Oilers are up 2-1. The 2-2 goal comes with Bouchard turning the puck over on it almost looked like he was waiting for McDavid to swoop in and pick it up and take it up the ice. Then he comes in front, turns the puck over in the forecheck from Amon, and it gets backhanded in. And then, again, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman, they're on the ice. They won the game here for Edmonton in Game 2. Tonight, they got beat by Vancouver's best. And Vancouver's bigger, more physical defense. They imposed their 42-20 were the hits. And Edmonton has an older veteran team that I don't think has the same pace as Vancouver. And I wonder a bit whether or not McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman, more so McDavid and Draisaitl, the minutes caught up to him a bit in this game.
Even Hyman was playing 26. That's for Zach Hyman. I think his comfort zone is more around 19-20.
I think we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens here with Henry, whether or not he's an option.
I think he's close. I mean, Chris Knobloch said that today.
Corey Perry almost scored.
Kane did score. Janmark did score. You got some help tonight.
You did. It's not often Edmonton's best players, and they're really good top-end players, don't come through in the power play, and often that manifests itself into the rest of the game. Canucks, Jack, they deserved this game tonight. They earned it. They were the team that took it to Edmonton for, I know the shots were even in the third, but a dominant second period. That's what flipped the game in Vancouver's favor. And they got the last bounce at the end of the day in a series where all 5 games have been decided by a goal.
5 consecutive one-goal games in this series, 9 straight for Vancouver, which is second only in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs to the 13 in a row that the Rangers played in 2015. The Oilers have played 7 straight one-goal games. They've won 4 of them, but they've lost 3 of them in this series. And as a result, they're now a game away from elimination. Bob, the obvious question for you is Calvin Pickard played well tonight. 32 saves, turnover right in front of his own net. A strange hop at the end of the game. You can make an argument when you look at Calvin Pickard's 5 goals against that nothing's beaten him cleanly. Even the Soucy goal tonight was off a broken play. Does he merit a 3rd consecutive start in Game 6, or do you expect the Oilers will return to Stuart Skinner?
I don't know what they're going to do. I'm going to tell you,
I think they'll start Skinner.
Yeah, I think
this was an emotional game. It's a 6 o'clock start on Saturday night.
Yeah.
I think they're going back to Skinner. Yeah. I'm not, and that is not to suggest one iota that Pickard does not deserve a 3rd consecutive start.
He's played great.
There's an argument to be made. He absolutely deserves a 3rd straight start.
But the Oilers need to be a lot better in every facet of the game. And again,
other than Henrique, what are the options then, Bob?
I'm not even sure who Henrique goes in for. I mean, I wouldn't pull Holloway out. He gives you, to me, it looks like Edmonton's a bit slower than Vancouver forward further down.
Janmark, Ryan, and Brown were terrific today.
They were excellent. The lot. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman were on the ice for 2 even-strength goals. The game-tying goal, albeit fairly early in the second period, and the game-winning goal. But they didn't create much themselves. Leon looked a little fatigued tonight, I thought. Lost some draws. I'll have to see. You know what? The more I think about it, I think I'm starting Skinner in the next game. And I'm also, I know that Janmark, Brown, and Ryan were good. I'm almost considering playing Fogle, Ryan, and McLeod together. They were so good. They had a great shift. Derek Ryan, point blank. How about the opportunity for Connor McDavid? 5 minutes left in the game, and he missed the net from top of the slot. Real good play by Fogle. Oilers had their chances.
I thought Fogle was better tonight. He played less than 8 minutes the other night, but he was much better tonight.
Jack, Edmonton did not have their A game, and this is the way the series is. Vancouver didn't have their A games in Game 2 and Game 4, and they hung around. The Oilers pissed away Game 1. That's my concern here. You blow a game like that up 4-1. Does it come back to haunt you?
You had a chance to put. We've been talking all year. We've been talking all series about how you'd love, if you're Edmonton, to make Vancouver look up at you for the first time in 5 months.
Still hasn't happened.
And you had a chance to do it in Game 1.
We're going to find out a lot about this group of Oilers players to dig in the buy-in. Can they force a game number 7 on Saturday? Now, they've done it before against Anaheim. This is almost as crappy of a loss as the overtime loss. Well, right. I mean, they blew a 3-0 lead in that game, lost in overtime to Corey Perry, but you give up a goal in the final 30 seconds the way they gave it up tonight. Man, oh man, tough loss.
Bob, is it not just this year's Cup run that's at stake on Saturday? Is there a lot more on the line?
There could be. Yeah, there could be. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I don't think enough was added. At least it hasn't been impactful enough. It's got to be stated. The Vancouver Canucks gave up a first-round draft choice, a prospect, and they dumped Kuzmenko so the money would work, and they ended up getting Lindholm. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to sign Lindholm, but he's a massive upgrade for this hockey team at center. And I know he wasn't great early, but you know what he's done against Edmonton over the last 3 years. Like, he's been as good at Calgary Flames. I personally hope he signs with Boston in the offseason. I don't want to see him anymore in the Western Conference.
You've had enough of Elias Lindholm.
I've had enough of. Well, he helped win the game for them.
Yeah. By a smart play. It's exactly what Besser did at the end of Game 4. Throw it toward the blue paint and hope for a bounce.
And the
Canucks got him both times.
And I'm not sure Edmonton's done enough of that. So we have to see the Oilers' most desperate performance of the season. And then you know what? You win that game, screw it. All the pressure is back on Vancouver in Game 7 at home. They've had some ghosts here in Game 7. They lost the Stanley Cup final in Game 7 at home, and they got pumped in that game.
Lost in 2003 to Minnesota, and I believe they were up 3 games to 1 in that series. I mean, that has nothing to do with this team.
But tonight, full marks to the Canucks. They played their best game of the series, and the Oilers with a little bit of soul searching to do here.
So Rick Tocchet and the Vancouver Canucks 1 game away from advancing to the Western Conference Final as they beat the Edmonton Oilers 3-2. The Oilers won Game 4 on Bouchard's winning goal with 39 seconds to play. The Canucks turn around 48 hours later and win Game 5 with 33 seconds to play. Artur Shilos will get the victory. He stops 21 of 23. Calvin Pickard, gallant in defeat. 32 stops. One of the primary reasons the Oilers had a chance to win this game, but he'll be charged with the loss. And, of course, it begs the question, who will be the Game 6 starter for Edmonton Saturday night at 6 o'clock when Bob and I bring you Game 6 with the Oilers season on the line, 6 Mountain from Rogers Place. Wow, what a series. 5 consecutive 1-goal games, and Vancouver now leads this best-of-7 Western Conference semifinal 3-2. We'll talk to you Saturday night, Game 6, 6 o'clock right here on the Oilers Radio Network, Radio Player Canada. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Reed Wilkins, Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Vancouver's Rogers Arena. The final score, the Canucks 3, the Oilers 2. Vancouver leads the series 3-2 and can close it out in Edmonton on Saturday night. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers postgame show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Puck in the right corner, out to Garland, slivered across. Soucy hesitated and fell down. And here come the Oilers, 3-on-1. Connor Brown, right wing, centers one-timer, score! Matthias Janmark has put the Oilers up 2-1.
That
is the highlight zone for Centric Casino. All in, all games, all season. Centric Casino, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the winter zone. Vancouver Canucks, full mark. So that's the last goal Edmonton scored. Final 2 minutes of period number 1. They shut the door and they really squeezed Edmonton, who only had a total of 12 more shots in the final 40 minutes. From the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, this is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You know, guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
You're tuned in to the Rogers postgame show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHED, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Suter to JT Miller, centering pass, Besser, hands off, one-timer, what save, Pickard, kicked out the right pad denied, Tyler Myers.
All right, that is the Access Insurance save of the game. Brought to you by Access Insurance. Alberta Oilfield and Construction Contractors can count on huge saves when they need it the most. Visit AccessInsuranceGroup.com. Kelvin Pickard did his part. He gave the Oilers a puncher's chance as we bring aboard our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, the better team won tonight. Vancouver, by far their best game of the series.
Oh, without a doubt. They were physical. They had energy. They got in on the forecheck. They were aggressive on the penalty kill. Their coach challenged them 48 hours ago, and they showed up, and that was the best we've seen Elias Peterson play in the playoffs. I thought he was excellent in this hockey game. They got good goaltending, and they got an entire group that bought in. They have to play a certain way against the Oilers, and they played it tonight.
Yeah, no question. Power play goes 0 for 5. Edmonton kept losing draws, and they got completely outworked when they had the man advantage, and they lost momentum as the game went on.
Well, they did, and I heard you talk about it earlier. It does bleed into your game. When you're an offensive player and you're in the sugar time and you aren't producing and you aren't creating momentum, it bleeds into your 5-on-5 game. I thought the Oilers' best players looked tired tonight, and the Vancouver Canucks, no team is ever going to shut down completely the Oilers' power play. But the only way that you have a chance against the Oilers' power play is by being aggressive. You cannot sit back and be passive and let them move the puck around because they're too good. And tonight the Vancouver Canucks were very aggressive on their kill and forced turnovers. And as you said, won battles. And in a 1-goal game, and this was more or less an overtime game tonight, your power play, your bread and butter goes 0-5. I mean, that is a big reason why you are going back to Edmonton down 3-2.
You could feel it early, Rob. They were so aggressive on the forecheck that the Edmonton Oilers had chances off the rush in the first period. They didn't capitalize, and they also had the 2 power plays, the 2 full power plays. And you just sensed, you could see the Canucks gaining momentum from it. They got some stops, but the Oilers simply were not sharp. Vancouver, hard, firm, physical, and direct. They dumped pucks past the Oilers D-man. They went in there. They were really strategic where they were putting the pucks, and then they just knocked the snot out of them out, hitting them in this game 42-20. Rob, what does Edmonton have to do besides play their best game of the season on Saturday?
Well, they need to rest up because they did look tired. The best players did. They're still a confident bunch. But they've got to match the urgency. I don't think the desperation was as much tonight with the Oilers as it was with the Canucks. We saw that earlier in the series. The thing that you have with this Canuck team they don't stop. They don't back down. They had a horrifying loss the other night in Edmonton, which a lot of teams, that would have been fold up tent time. But the Canucks came out and played better tonight. So the Oilers got to match the intensity, the emotion, the urgency, and the desperation of the Vancouver Canucks. Because at the end of the day, Bob, in the playoffs and these kind of games, when you have two teams this good, it's the team that plays just a little bit more urgent, a little bit more desperate than the other team that gets that bounce or that break. And the winning goal is a great example. The game was more or less over. There was nothing going on, but the Canucks just kept going. They caught the Oilers on a bad line change, and they threw the puck to the net, and Miller beat Connor McDavid back to the post, and that was it. They were just a little more desperate in that play.
All right, Rob. Talk to you on Saturday.
Sounds good, Bob.
Smart play of the night for Catelli's Smart Pasta with all natural ingredients. It's a smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. Got to give it to Matthias Janmark. Scored a goal. Did a great job on the penalty kill. His line with Derek Ryan and Connor Brown was Edmonton's best line. And that's the problem. When your fourth line's your best line, it means some of your top dogs didn't have it. Edmonton's top dogs 5-on-5, and for that matter, especially on the power play, they weren't going. It happens once in a while. They got to be much better Saturday. This is the Rogers postgame show.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Roll Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, let's go to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. The New York Rangers have advanced to round 3 of the conference final by virtue of a thrilling come-from-behind victory. They were down 3-1 heading to the third. They're up 3-2 in their series, and then Chris Kreider got a hat trick, natural one. Rangers get an empty netter. They beat and eliminate Carolina with a 5-3 win. Tomorrow night, 2 teams have a chance to advance to conference finals. That will be Florida in Boston. Bruins down 3-2 in that series. And Dallas is up 3-2 on Colorado in Denver tomorrow night. Here at Rogers Arena, full marks for Vancouver. They were the better team. They got the win. They got a late bounce. Final score 3-2. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Your name on it, third start of night from Vancouver. Quinn Hughes, second start of night with an assist. Elias Pettersson, first star of the GWG. It's almost like what they do here at the crowd with JT Miller. It's almost like it's a wrestling sort of thing that goes on. They wrestled with the decision, who were they going to sign long term, Miller or Horvat? To the credit of the Canucks organization, and not the move I would have made at that time. They signed the right guy. JT Miller is a star, and he won it tonight for Vancouver. Edmonton Stars need to be better Saturday night to extend their season. Edmonton down 3-2, puck drop 6. For our engineer, Tyler Green, Jack Michaels, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Cam Moon, Brendan S. Scott, studio producers Kellen Kennedy and Angie Quinnell, Bob Stauffer saying so long from Rogers Arena. Canucks get a late one. They beat Edmonton 3-2.
Rogers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Overtime Open Line. Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
Waiting, centering, redirected, rebound, score! JT Miller! The puck went right to Miller off the post, and Miller scored with 32 seconds to play. 3-2 Vancouver. First lead of the night for the Canucks.
Well, it's another last-minute game winner between the Oilers and the Canucks. Evan Bouchard 2 days ago. Tonight, JT Miller, 32.6 seconds on the clock. The Canucks beat the Oilers 3-2, and they lead the series 3-2. So the Oilers will face elimination Saturday night right here at Rogers Place, which is now emptied out after the watch party. It'll be a 6 o'clock game with a 4 o'clock face-off show here on 630 CHED. Just a complete... a game of complete domination by the Vancouver Canucks. A dramatic finish, Rob Brown, but if there's a such thing as a 3-2 blowout, this would be it.
Well, you don't want to hear it if you're an Oiler fan, but this was the just ending for the Vancouver Canucks because they were the better team. The second period, they were absolute dominant. And then the third period, they just kept on pushing. They got the goaltending saves that they needed. Their penalty killing was fantastic tonight, won them the hockey game. And then JT Miller going head-to-head against Connor McDavid last shift of the period, and it was the JT Miller line that's the way that found the back of the net. Miller's been a beast in this series. He's been unbelievable. He's a better player than I ever thought he was. And that was a huge goal for he and the Vancouver Canucks. But, yeah, the Canucks were the better of the teams and deserving of the victory.
The shots in the second period were 17-4 Vancouver. I mean, the first period was fairly even. Maybe you'd even give the Oilers a slight advantage. Mm-hmm. They did have a 2-1 lead. And then just the second period, all Vancouver, they got the DiGiuseppe goal, which might have been about their 9th best scoring chance in the period. They were just all over Edmonton. Edmonton did wind up with an 8-7 advantage in shots in the third, Rob. But even when Edmonton had the puck, Edmonton's scoring chances, their shots on goal were feeble, quite frankly.
Well, the Oilers' best chances came in the first period. Vancouver probably a little overzealous. At the beginning of the game, they gave up a number of odd man breaks. Janmark he scored a goal on one of them, but the Oilers had some other odd man breaks that they didn't capitalize on. And I think the Canucks escaped that first period only down 1 because they gave up some big chances against. But after that, they just knuckled down and were the better team. And the Oilers, yeah, you're right. The Oilers would have some puck possession in the offensive zone, but you didn't see a whole lot of grade A looks. I mean, even Connor, he does the little spinorama move, which was a really one of the better chances for the Oilers in the third. It barely got to the net. He got a one-timer in the slot. He didn't get all of it. Another easy save for Sheloff's with the toe. So it was the better chances in the third were by the Canucks. And again, that was by far the best game the Canucks played. And give credit to Rick Tocchet. He called his players out after the last game in Edmonton, and they responded. Elias Pettersson, that was the best I've seen him play. He was excellent in this game. And the best players for the Canucks showed up. They've had some very good depth players added into the lineup. And once again, this young goaltender who you keep thinking, Sheloff's eventually going to break. He doesn't. He was excellent again in this hockey game.
Well, and in most of this game, Rob, the last 40 minutes, Mooner was watching the game with me here up in the booth before he went and did Oilers Plus, and I said to him at one point, I said, this game, for an Oilers fan, is just watching Vancouver take shots on your team. It was just... again and again, like I said, the Oilers didn't get good shots. They couldn't advance the puck cleanly through the neutral zone. Even the play leading to the game-winning goal, it looked like the Oilers might have it under control, being able to get the puck. No, it comes right back in on them. And much of the game was like that. And I wonder... I know you and Bob talked a little bit about fatigue, maybe accumulated from earlier in the series. And then even in this game, you've said it, and anybody who's played any sport says it. It's more tiring physically and maybe more significantly mentally to have to play defense, and that's all the Oilers were doing tonight.
Well, and they did during the game on the broadcast. I think Craig Simpson talked about it, the physical toll it's taken on players, and he talked about JT Miller, who had a battle with Connor behind the net and then jumped up in the play. And Craig says, you know what? You don't realize that playing defense is hard and it's tiring. It's way harder than playing offense. And I think in this, we talked in the LA series, the physical punishment of Doughty eventually will start to show in games 5, 6, 7. I think that the Vancouver Canucks came into this series with the same thought process. We are just going to continue to be physical, game in, game out. We finish every check. We don't care who it is. And it does wear you down. And then you think about the Oilers' best players, the amount of minutes they play. When you're averaging 24, 25, and then sometimes you get up to a 29-minute night, and you're taking that physical toll shift after shift, it wears you down. Now, I don't know if Connor or Leon or Hyman are tired, but in this game, they didn't look as good as they normally do. They looked a half step behind than what we usually see from them, and their bar is so high. So the Vancouver Canucks are continuing to do what they've done since day one or game one of this series. They are finishing every check on the Oilers' best players, hoping that it pays dividends now, games 5, 6, and 7.
Canucks win at 3-2. The 3 stars tonight, all from Vancouver. Miller had the game winner. Pettersson, his best game of the series. Quinn Hughes picked as the 3rd star. Rob and I give out the 4th star for Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. I don't think there's any doubt about this one, Rob. We're not physically together tonight. To me, it's Calvin Pickard. He made 32 saves on 35 shots, and he probably could have let in 6, and Z still would have said he had an excellent game.
He was. I thought he was excellent, but I want to give honorable mention then to the Oilers' 4th line. They were the best line for the Edmonton Oilers tonight. They played under 10 minutes in this hockey game, but Janmark Ryan and Connor Brown, I thought, were very good in this hockey game. In a game where the Oilers didn't get a whole lot going offensively from their top players, they produced. They gave a goal, and Derek Ryan almost had another one. So I thought the Oilers' 4th line was very good in this hockey game. So they're not 4th star, but we'll give them honorable mention.
Yeah, they did have a good game, and they got a goal. You mentioned the Janmark goal. Brown had a good chance. Ryan had a good chance, worked hard, penalty killing. And really the best chance in the 3rd period was by one of the players we talked about before the game, was by Corey Perry, as he tried to tuck that one in. We didn't really see... I'm trying to think, did Draisaitl or McDavid have a really dangerous shot tonight?
Well, Connor had the one right near the end of the game. About 5 minutes left, he was set up for a one-timer. He came off the bench. I don't think he got it all. Yeah, no. And the Oilers had 5 power plays, so it's really shocking that we were saying that. because the Vancouver Canucks did a really good job tonight on the Oilers' best players just being in their way, and this is the addition of Susie back into the lineup. I mean, he's a monster of a man. They're just so big, and there's just no room in the offensive zone. They don't give up after the first period. They didn't give up the odd man breaks against. So I don't recall a grade A from Leon and Connor in this game, and that's very rare that we say that.
Yeah, and you mentioned the power plays, courtesy Conlon Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across Alberta or online, conlonmotorsports.ca. Oilers 0 for 5, Vancouver 0 for 4. There were some abbreviated ones in there, but still, it's an 0 for Edmonton. Very unusual to see them go 0 for anything, especially 0 for 5. Did Vancouver do anything different on the PK, or was it just their
Oh no, they 100% different on this one tonight, Reed. They were so aggressive. So aggressive on this one. They were, I mean, there was one where Connor made a play and Zadorov still went and finished the check. You don't finish checks when you're penalty killing, but the Vancouver Canucks, they went at them. They said, you know what, if you can make 3-4 good passes in a row and you have someone wide open in front, have at her, but we are not going to give you time and space. And I've been in games where a team, okay, we've studied them. This is how they're going to kill us. And then you go in the game, they do the opposite. It throws you. You're like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. And you get a little bit confused. Now, I don't think the Oilers' power play will ever get confused, but I do believe that the Vancouver Canucks were ultra aggressive on their penalty kill, and it paid dividends tonight. So I'm guessing that's what you're going to see the rest of the series is the Vancouver Canucks, every chance they got. First of all, they won every face-off, it seemed like. Yep. And then they just attacked, and they had success with it.
Yeah, the overall face-offs in the game, 56% for Vancouver. They were very good in that department. Canucks win it 3-2, last-minute goal by JT Miller. Let's go at the mic for Edmonton International Airport. Fly nonstop to over 50 destinations. Fly EIA.com/nonstop. Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch.
Got the puck behind us, and we had a little confusion on the responsibilities. And they just slung in the puck to the net, hit the post, and bounced straight to Miller. But unfortunate time. 55 seconds left. We got an over-zone face-off, and we end up losing the game.
The flow of play in the second period was, they took it obviously pretty significantly. What do you think changed with, what they were doing or maybe what you weren't doing?
They were just pressuring, and then the second period, unless you get in a rhythm and a flow, you've got the long change, and you just get stuck out there a little bit longer, and they were just out-changing, out-hustling us, and I think that we're also just being cautious of just flipping the puck out. And we get it out of the neutral zone and get it out of harm's way, but we can't get it down there 200 feet so we can be in the offensive zone. We can get fresh bodies out there, and I think that was just we didn't have the flow there.
Chris over here. You guys were up 2-1. Were you surprised you guys couldn't find a third goal? You couldn't find more energy out of that lead?
I thought we had a lot of opportunities in the first period to put the game away, whether it was on the power play or chances 5-on-5, and we just couldn't get additional goal, give us a really opportunity to put them away, let them hang around, and then it was just it was difficult. They checked us well, and I don't think there was many chances both ways, but we didn't play nearly as sharp as we were in the first period.
We're not used to seeing your power play not get any results. What was the key to Canucks' penalty kill, or were you guys just not executing?
Well, I think it was a lot of the way we played as the game went on. I think we just slowed our game too much, and they were pressuring, and we weren't executing quick enough. In the first period, I think we had excellent opportunities to score, and we just couldn't put the puck in the net. But I thought early on in our power play was really good, and then as the game went on, I think we just got a little less sharp, and we weren't executing. It was a lot of similar to our 5-on-5 play.
Chris, did you feel like you had trouble matching the energy levels, especially in that second period and maybe in the third? Like you were talking about, you guys were just chipping the puck out and they were coming back at you type thing.
Yeah, when you're always defending, it's taxing, it's tiring, it's so much easier to be on the attack, making them defend. It's fun being on the offensive zone on the cycle and zipping the puck around in the offensive zone. We didn't have enough of that, and we just continually, and when I say give away the puck, we didn't make turnovers what cost us. It was just, we were just making the safe play all the time, and as a result, just always having to defend.
They seem to get some juice from some new bodies in the lineup who haven't played much in this series. Is that something you could possibly look at as maybe it looked like some of your guys or your team looked a little tired at times? Is that something you could see?
Yeah, well, that's obviously, we'll look at our options. We have good players not playing, and we can definitely insert some new life, some new legs.
Chris back here. Your top guys played a lot early in the series, especially games 2 and 3. Do you think tonight was maybe a case of that catching up to them a little bit?
I think they can handle it, the high minutes, and we're not practicing in between games. I think they recover. We get all the information from our sports scientists who give us that, and in the past, throughout the regular season, he's always cautious about these guys being a little tired and worn down, and we never got any of that information. So,
what did you think of your bottom six tonight?
I thought they played really well, especially the Derek Ryan line. In the first period, the goal that they made, Brown, beautiful pass, Janmark, and Brown had that excellent chance of set up by DR, and that fourth line was good. And then the other guys, I think when we rearranged them, kind of looked. They had a lot better shifts, so that's something we'll be looking at next game and possibly moving around our lines a little bit.
Your team's been chasing this series a little bit, right? Down 1-0, down 2-1, now down 3-2. Is that I don't know? Is it uncharacteristic? Is it something that? What do you think the reason would be for the fact you can't get on top of these guys?
You look at every game a little bit different. There's games in this series I felt that we should have won, and not coming up with a win. And that happens. That's hockey, and we're playing a good team. So let's not take for granted that we should be up in this series and it's going to be easy. We're down 3-2. Could easily be up, but we're in our situation now.
Take us to game 6 then. What do you expect? What should we expect from your team that maybe got skated out hustled tonight? What do you expect in game 6?
I think we'll just it looks, when you don't have the puck, it looks like you're chasing the game, and we want to have the puck a lot more and making more plays, and we just want to play faster, quicker, and a little more competitive. The guys are trying, and I think the defensive details are there. But I think the biggest thing we want to take out of this is we just got to be making plays. And making plays, we possess the puck, and that's when we're the strongest.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, that's Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch after a 3-2 loss to the Vancouver Canucks. JT Miller scores with 32.6 seconds left in the third period. Another dramatic finish in a game that wasn't close in terms of the game flow. Vancouver all over Edmonton for the final 40 minutes. We'll have more post-game reaction, more with Rob Brown when we get back. Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
This report brought to you by Furnace Family.
Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com.
Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
Let me talk about injured professional athletes. When they get hurt, getting them back in the game can mean the difference between winning and losing. And technology plays a role in getting them back. When we come back, we'll talk about that technology.
I've been welding in the fab shop.
And the pipe shop.
Construction site.
Energy sector.
No matter what you're welding, Clack Training is your go-to source for welding. From testing to training and everything in between. Take advantage of Clack's low rates and same-day results on all weld tests, or get hands-on unlimited practical training from our highly skilled instructors. For all your welding needs, visit clack.ca, your go-to source for welding.
Reed Wilkins here, folks. Listen up, because I have something exciting to share with you. Londonderry Dodge is where it's at this month with their May Days event in full swing. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, rugged truck, or something in between, they have you covered. I'm swinging by next week and might just drive off in a shiny new ride. So why wait? Head down to Londonderry Dodge at 13333 Fort Road and rev up your May with a sweet new set of wheels. You won't regret it.
At Encore Trucking, we pick up and deliver every day. Small cranes and trucks for better pricing, large units for heavy work. Pick up from your shop, deliver anywhere. Encore Trucking, we load, deliver, and offload. Simple, easy.
Welcome to Genstar's community of Kristalina Nera, a vibrant neighborhood in Edmonton's northeast designed with families in mind. Offering spacious parks, tranquil walking trails, and a community rich in amenities. With 2 future school sites, convenient shopping and dining, plus easy access to the Anthony Henday. With a variety of housing options available from award-winning builders, Kristalina Nera by Genstar is where families flourish. Visit Kristalina's beautiful show homes today, and for more, visit genstar.com.
It's game on at City Ford.
For a limited time, get an amazing 0% financing on brand new Ford F-150s and find 0.99% financing on brand new Ford Broncos and Bronco Sports.
Or choose to save up to $6,500 on the 2024 Ford Edge and drive now, pay later.
Plus, spin and win a TV, Dyson vacuum, an iPad, or a trip to Vegas with your purchase.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Weather got you behind, tractor broken down, short or long-term Agri-Track equipment will get the job done. Agri-Track's premium rental fleet of tracked, four-wheel drive and front-wheel assist units are meticulously maintained and rigged right for Western Canada farm work. Tractors, discs, specialty tillage, seeders, and more from trusted names you know. Rent to own and financing options available. Call Alex anytime, 780-203-6677.
AGRI-TRAC, Agri-Track.
Now, back to Grant from Leading Edge Physiotherapy.
We think that everyone should be treated like a professional athlete with access to technologies like SwimX aquatic therapy, Ultra G0 gravity treadmills, and radial shockwave. You shouldn't have to be a professional athlete to be treated like one. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 6:30 CHED.
Suter to JT Miller, centering pass, Besser, hands off, one-timer, what save, Pickard, kicked out the right pad tonight, Tyler Myers.
Well, despite taking the loss in net, very strong performance by Calvin Pickard. That's his save of the game for Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. He makes 32 stops. The Oilers lose 3-2 to the Canucks. Okay, Rob, who's your goalie in 2 days?
Well, mine is Pickard. And to me, it'd be an easy decision. Both games, he's been over 900 save percentage. He was 914 today. The only reason the Oilers were in this game late was because of Calvin Pickard. So to me, it'd be an easy decision. My guess is they're going to go back with Stuart Skinner. But to me, I'd put Calvin Pickard in 100%.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable again, and he was certainly tested more than he was in the previous game. But yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. It'll obviously be Sheloffs for Vancouver, who stops 21 out of 23. He was not as busy or as challenged tonight, but he made the saves that he needed to make. And Vancouver on the brink of winning this series. 2 goals tonight for the Oilers. So thanks to James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. When accidents happen, go to jameshbrown.com. A $200 donation to 630 CHED stands anonymous. They give $100 every time the Oilers score. Back to Vancouver. Here's Captain Connor McDavid.
What did you see on that last goal there?
Yeah, I thought weird one. I thought weird whatever was going on at the bench over there, and then they end up with it with a little bit of time, and we're just trying to hold the middle, and they get they get a bounce. They probably deserved a bounce tonight. I thought they were the better team, and they get a bounce at the end of the game, and that's the way it goes.
Just seemed like your energy levels weren't there today as a whole. How did you kind of feel about that?
I thought we got off to a great start. I didn't think we capitalized good enough in the first period. I thought we were real good in the first period. Generating chances, generating power plays, and we didn't do enough capitalizing early.
Probably the longest period of sustained Canucks possession and holding the game in the series tonight. You couldn't get it back from the second period. What do you think? What changes? How's that happen, do you think?
I thought they played well. I thought they had a lot of jump. After the first period, I thought, like you said, I thought they were the better team the last 40 minutes, and as you said, we couldn't find a way to generate much, even on the power play.
Yeah, you mentioned the power plays. What do you think was kind of missing?
Yeah, just not executing. Yeah.
Headed each game, there doesn't seem to be any momentum between games, and each is its own game. What's your approach going into Game 6 at home?
Trying to win a hockey game, trying to win a game.
You guys were in the situation last year, I guess, but you can take anything from that same situation you going back home for Game 6.
Sure. We didn't win last year's Game 6, and we'll learn from that. I guess. I don't know. We've got to be ready to go. That's what it is.
Part of this is shaking off losses when they come. Is that a little easier early in a series? Like, does this one sting a little because it's deeper here?
We're good at bouncing back. We've always said that. We've always been confident in that, and I would expect the same.
What do you think your bottom six tonight seemed to really kind of give you?
I thought they were excellent. They had lots of jump. They created and yeah.
All right, that's Connor McDavid after a Game 5 loss to the Canucks. Anything stand out for you there, Rob?
No. I mean, he was honest. He said, "Yeah, we were outplayed. They were the better team and deserved the bounce," which were all true. He did mention or talk a little bit about that goal, and it was a weird change by the Oilers because the puck got out of the Oilers zone, but only got to in the neutral zone. I don't even think it got into the Vancouver Canuck end.
It didn't. I'm just watching it now.
Yeah, and Ekholm went off the ice. Now, Nurse jumped out there, and they got back into position, but it was with that late in a period, you don't really change it. You just there's a little confusion. And eventually, I mean, Connor lost his guy. JT Miller's the centerman. That's his guy in the slot, and he got a step behind him. Now, JT Miller got a very fortunate bounce as it went off the post and right to him. And then give him credit. Miller hit the puck out of the air. He didn't get all of it, but he got just enough. But yeah, it was an odd change that may have created a little confusion, and both Knobloch and Connor McDavid talked about that. So again, when you have two teams that are so evenly matched, and these two teams are in the first 5 games, all 1-goal games will attest to that. It's little teeny details that could be the difference between a win and a loss. In Game 4 on home ice, the Canucks, 2 guys didn't get in a shooting lane for Bouchard. Just a little detail. Lost a game. And tonight, a weird change at the end of the game, and all of a sudden, the Canucks have a guy wide open in front of the net. So the bottom line is, Connor said, we're just going to home, and what are you going to do? Well, we're going to try and win. That's all we can try.
Yeah, I was just watching it again. I mean, Ekholm going off, to me, put Nurse at a disadvantage.
100% it did.
He's then chasing 2 guys, and then I think for safety's sake, instead of challenging the guy in the corner, he thinks I better sag to the front of the net a little bit in case that's where the puck goes, and then he wasn't out quick on the guy to try to prevent the puck coming in front of the net.
Yeah, I know. Nurse usually will take the brunt of the blame. He's the lightning rod, but on that one there, that was Ekholm. You can't change there. You just can't. You put Nurse in a bad position. If Ekholm stays up, the puck might not even get in because now you stand up at the blue line. So in a game where there was a lot of fatigue and a lot of physicality, maybe they talked about shorter shifts. Ekholm just felt that he needed to get off the ice, but it did put the Oilers and especially Darnell Nurse in a tough spot.
So the Canucks win it 3-2. The other game tonight, the series ends. The Rangers rally from a 3-1 deficit to beat the Hurricanes 5-3. Kreider had a hat trick. That is the out-of-town scoreboard for Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. FreezeIt.com. You'll hear from Zach Hyman, and we can take your phone calls at 780-496-0063. This is Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do I go for TB testing, immunizations, and school forms? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
The province of Alberta was built on the back of a horse. The Alberta horse racing and breeding industry contributes over $300 million to the Alberta economy annually, and the industry employs over 5,000 hardworking Albertans just like you. Plus, come experience some of the finest live racing in Western Canada at Century Mile Racetrack and Casino every Friday and Saturday. Horse Racing Alberta. For more and to stay up to date, go to thehorses.com.
Landlords spend 76 hours managing their property in a year.
That's 19 date nights.
25 hockey games. And 37...
Dad, let's get some ice cream.
...moments. What could you be doing with your time? At Hope Street, we help busy landlords get their time back. Live life, get paid. Become an armchair landlord today. Hope Street, because life's too short to spend it managing properties.
HopeStreet.ca.
Friesen Brothers Fresh Market Glenora is now open. We're excited for you to come see our new store, which features the finest Alberta meat, including dry-aged Alberta beef cut by master butchers. Treat yourself to our famous sourdough baked fresh by our sourdough bakers. And don't miss out on our restaurant with meals that are sure to please the whole family. There's all this and more to explore and discover. Visit us today at Friesen Brothers Fresh Market Glenora. Find out more at Friesen.com.
Welcome to Genstar's community of Kristalina Nera, a vibrant neighborhood in Edmonton's northeast designed with families in mind, offering spacious parks, tranquil walking trails, and a community rich in amenities. With 2 future school sites, convenient shopping and dining, plus easy access to the Anthony Henday. With a variety of housing options available from award-winning builders, Kristalina Nera by Genstar is where families flourish. Visit Kristalina's beautiful show homes today, and for more, visit genstar.com.
What's the difference between a truck person and a Ram person? One owns a truck, the other owns the road. With enough size and muscle to give you an honest day's work, and the premium features and luxury touches that add comfort and class to wherever you go. Ram continues to up the ante on all the things you want and need in a truck. Come test our metal. Visit your Ram dealer today.
Your home for live music and great performance is the River Cree Resort and Casino.
I'm a $10 cowboy. Hey, that's a fact.
May 25th, don't miss Charlie Crockett as he hits the stage of the venue at River Cree for one unforgettable night of music.
And sugar, I am not afraid to love you.
Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Penalty. 2 minutes for looking too good.
Turn heads when you visit Modern Measure, Edmonton's leading provider of made-to-measure clothing. From weddings to graduations, game day to the office, get custom-fit business and casual wear for a one-of-a-kind look made just for you.
Grad season is almost here. Visit modernmeasure.com and find out about their grad promotion.
Located on the main floor of the Edmonton Tower, across from Rogers Place, and at mdrnmeasure.com.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations from ages 6 months old and up? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Overtime Open Line. Here's Reed Wilkins on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 630 CHED.
3-2, the Canucks win it. Kane, Soucy, and Janmark in the first, DiGiuseppe in the second, and then Miller the final minute of the third period. So 5 games in this series. 1 ended in overtime. The other 2 are in 2. The game winner has been scored in the final minute of the third. Dramatic, but as Rob and I have been saying, dramatic but lopsided tonight as the Canucks just absolutely owned the second and third periods. It was, I mean, Rob, you never know what to expect in the playoffs, but it was probably going to end 3-2, and the Canucks were finally going to get their justice, or the Oilers were going to get a bounce or a weird 2-on-1 or something like that, or something. But the Oilers were just generating no consistent pressure as the game wore on.
No, you're right, and that's one fear when a team is controlling the play shift after shift in a tie game, that you get unlucky and that one bounce goes past you. And we know the Oilers have the players that are capable of pouncing on a mistake or pouncing on a bad bounce and taking advantage of it. Tonight, though, those bounces didn't come for the Oilers. They didn't create them. They probably didn't deserve them as the game went on. And the Vancouver Canucks, they were challenged by their coaching staff. They were challenged by Rick Tocchet. They came out with a concerted effort. They were physical. They were blocking shots. They were doing anything that it took. There was an urgency in their game tonight, and they stepped up. It was Pettersson was way better. JT Miller's been an absolute beast in this series, and their goaltender Shilov was in net when called upon. He made the save. So it was a night where the Oilers will hope to put it past them quickly, because now there's no more freebies. They didn't play well tonight, but they still had a free pass because they get to play again on Saturday. Well, no more freebies after Saturday. The Oilers now need to bring their best effort on home ice to try and force a Game 7.
And we can finally say must win, and you won't be upset.
It is a must win, and thank the National Hockey League for finally putting a game before my bedtime, the 6 o'clock game on Saturday night. I'm much more excited about that.
There was an unusual play in this game tonight that I want to talk about. What was the time of that penalty? 9:58 left in the second period. Pettersson was called for charging on Foegele. So Foegele was coming to hit Pettersson, who spun away from the hit and then actually knocked Foegele down, and he was called for charging. So I went to the old rule book, Rob. I love doing that. I didn't have to go to the goalie interference section this time. The first sentence of charging says a minor or major penalty shall be imposed on a player who skates, jumps into, or charges an opponent in any manner. So he was penalized for the jump. Now, I know what some people might be saying, that they've seen that happen before and it's not called, or, how severe was the jump, or all that kind of stuff. But charging is usually when a player takes several strides and hits a player violently, but it doesn't have to be. The referee can call just for a jump. So he decided that was an infraction. I'm not going to debate people if they would have called it or not, but that's what the ref saw, and that's why he made the call.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have called it, but after hearing you talk about the rule book, and the referees know the rule book better than I, it's in black and white. I thought it was an odd call, but the Oilers did benefit from some calls tonight. Unfortunately for them, their power play let them down, and that is something that we do not say very often, but it was an odd one. And, well, it's funny. It shocked both teams. Everyone's looking around like, seriously? A charge? I mean, you might want to call something. To me, and Leon Draisaitl is one of the best in the league at this, is the reverse hit. Mm-hmm. And I've played with some guys who are very good at it. I always found that anybody that throws the reverse hit, it's an interference penalty, because you're hitting the guy that doesn't have the puck, because you have the puck.
Right.
So I always thought, well, that's a reverse hit. Well, that's actually interference. He's coming to you and you just hit him. But the referees, they decided that was a call. The Oilers, unfortunately, weren't able to take advantage.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about the officiating, but I always say we're watching, well, I mean, the large majority of the people are watching on TV. And sometimes I say, okay, look where the ref was. And maybe his angle, it looked worse, or he saw a tug that looked worse, or didn't see the tug that everybody else saw. So he saw Pettersson jump and decided it was a foul. So that's why that was called. Okay.
Yeah, and it's funny, Reed, I've reffed a few games in my life where I've been at the arena and a ref hasn't shown up and I've gone in, and I've reffed minor hockey and slow, low-level minor hockey. It is amazing, even at that level, how much faster everything is when you're on ice level. So I can imagine when the world's fastest are skating around, how sometimes you just get this one blink. Okay, I got to make a call on that. These are the best refs in the world. Sometimes they have off nights. But tonight, actually, I didn't think they were that bad tonight. I think a couple other games in the series, they left something to be desired. But I thought tonight they weren't bad, and the Oilers benefited from it tonight.
All right. 780-496-0063. Big Bad Joe is on the line. BBJ, go ahead.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, I was not able to call in the last two games, though, because I was emotional drained. But tonight, I think I can't let you guys down. It was actually funny, that you brought up the penalty, because when the penalty was called, I texted my daughter, and I said the only reason he cut the penalty was because his feet left the ice. If he would have not jumped, there would have been no penalty. But, I talked yesterday to Brendan, and I said to him, can they do it twice? They played so well the other night, and it seems to be, one night they play lights out, and the next game, they play like peewees, And another thing, but I don't like, I like the coach, but I just don't get it why he went to McDavid and Draisaitl again. They were not in the game. Why put them together? Now we became a one-line team again, and we are easy to play again. And it showed the last game. You put them separate. It's different, though. And that's all that I have to say.
Well, he went to them in the third, Rob. I don't think he went to them in the second, did he?
No, and it was very late in the third.
Yeah, it was about halfway through, I think.
Yeah, and it was an even game. Next goal wins. I don't think he's thinking at that point we got to have sustained pressure. We just need one. And it looked like at about the halfway mark of the third period, whichever team scored next was going to win the hockey game. So he went with his best line, and I had no problem with that. When they play together, most nights they find some production out of them. So he went with them for a little bit. Unfortunately for them, they have an offensive face-off with under a minute to go. They put their best line out, and they got scored against. So tonight, unfortunately, it backfired.
Well, there was another face-off earlier in the period. The Oilers won it cleanly, and the puck went to the top of the circle, and the Canucks wingers got there before the Oilers. I mean, they were just getting beat to everything.
Yeah, the Canucks were good.
The Oilers as a whole, not just the top line.
No. Outside, I thought the Oilers' fourth line was good.
Well, that
front,
but really hard. Yes.
Yeah, I don't. The rest of the lines were not as good. This was a game that the Canucks were better, and there's been. It's funny in this series. I don't know if we've seen both teams play great in the same game. I think that there's been games where one team has been the better team. I don't think we've seen the best efforts from both teams in the same game. Maybe we see that in Game 6.
Yeah, they've all wound up close, but you're right. There's been some lopsided portions for sure. Okay, we got Jordan on the line as well. Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Yeah, it's actually kind of fun. I didn't get the chance to watch the game for Beer League tonight. It was a bit hard to get a full bench, so shout out to the Zero Invitational Beer League. We managed to put 8 skaters out there aside. But
and?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, I just wanted to comment, though, I feel like in general, the Canucks have had our number in the series because it seems like, even if we carry a period just generally, in the games, it seems to me that they've been first to pucks with their legs. So they're like, it seems like they're a step faster, whereas we're just like coasting and reaching for loose pucks in the neutral zone. And then, so I wonder if that's an age thing or just the way the team is built. We have, whether it's Campbell or the James Neal $2 million, there's that $7 million right there that's not on the ice. So, is it the way the team is built, in terms of that lack of speed, lack of finishing checks? And then also I wanted to comment, obviously, the defense, like when Vancouver adds, a Susi in the offseason, and then they find a way to add Zadorov for next to nothing.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they're imposing, and then they're finding ways to shut us down. I don't know if there's a way out of it just by throwing in a Carrick or a Gagne. Like, who do you take out of the bottom six, right? So I think we need to see a desperate game here in Game 6. So any thoughts on that?
Well, I wonder who won your beer league game.
We all win in the parking lot after. But
okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I think that's a really good call. I mean, certainly the cap stuff. That's bigger picture stuff about who you could have acquired. I probably won't talk too much about that tonight. I thought that the Canucks were certainly quicker tonight. I wouldn't say they always have been. I mean, I thought the Oilers were first on pucks most of Game 4, and I even thought the first period tonight, Edmonton looked quick and kept some pucks alive. But, yeah, I think he makes a good point, too. The Canucks play a very sturdy, dedicated game.
Well, yeah, I think there have been games in the series where the Oilers were the faster team or were the ones that were quicker and dominated the play. And we've seen that a couple times. It was the back of Sheloff that allowed the Canucks to hang around. Probably there's a couple things that have happened. The Canucks have inserted players in and out of the lineup. The Canucks don't play their players near as much, their top players near as much. So they have probably a little more juice, a little more energy, because Rick Tocchet spreads his ice around. We've seen guys that have come into the lineup from the press box and played in the last 5 minutes of hockey games. That you don't see that often. As for what the Oilers do next, I don't believe you'll see Gagne. Slight chance of Carrick. I guess. Well, first of all, it all depends if Henrique's healthy enough to play or not.
Automatically, if he's healthy.
If he goes, but then to me, if Henrique comes in, I'm looking at Corey Perry, Reed, and I love him as a player.